Good afternoon. Today is Monday, February 3rd, 2 o'clock p.m. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Here.
Present.
Good.
Present.
All right, thank you. We're going to hear a few pieces of legislation, and then we have an operational review committee of a few departments that are left over. And first, I want to bring up our guest, and Mr. Tom McNair is going to join us at the table. And if he and his team and our guest from Canon can join us, I believe our guest from Canon, if they could join us. This first ordinance is an ordinance that is extremely critical, and it is ordinance number 160-2025 by Council Members Hairston and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Directors of Economic Development and Finance to enter into an agreement under the Job Creation Income Tax Incentive Program with Canon Healthcare USA, Inc., or its designee to facilitate the purpose and provisions of this ordinance. And it does have a companion piece. I'm going to read that into the record as well. This is ordinance number 161-2025 by Council Members Hairston and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to reinstate Enterprise Zone Agreement number CT 9501 NF 2017-028 with 105th Cedar Partners, LLC, and its designee to provide for tax abatement for certain real property improvements as an incentive for the development of an office building and attraction of new jobs located at 10500 Cedar Avenue in the Cleveland Area Enterprise Zone to transfer and amend the contract to extend the term of the abatement from 10 years to 15. And once again, these will be introduced and considered for passage by the full body this week. Once again, this is a time-sensitive piece of legislation. And Mr. McNair, you had the floor. And please announce all your guests with you.
Thank you, Council President, members of the committee. I am joined here today by Neo Amai, the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Collaboration for Canon Healthcare USA, as well as Afoma Zepwi from our staff who has been working on this. This is a project that many of us have been a part of and working on for probably a little close to a year to help make a reality, which is very exciting. And as the Council President mentioned, this is something that will be introduced and before you this evening. But the Council President, Councilman Harris, and myself felt that this was very important for you to kind of get a briefing on what's coming before you to better understand. And so I'm going to tee this up real quick and have Neo walk through a little bit about Canon Healthcare USA, but this is a project that is at the corner of 105th Street and Cedar Avenue, the former IBM building that went on. As a reminder for you guys, right, this was a project with IBM in a partnership with the clinic that was built out. I believe legislation was passed in 2017 to enact a tax abatement on that, and of course it was late 2019 when it actually first went into effect. Spring of 2020 hit. IBM never actually utilized this building. It has sat vacant, right, and it is a tremendous asset because of its new construction. And so what we will be talking about is part of the transfer of that abatement, which I'll get into. But more importantly, I want to hand this over to Mr. Amai to talk a little bit about Canon Healthcare USA and the work that they'll be doing. Great. Okay.
Thank you again for having me here.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Canon Healthcare USA. Before I get into Canon Healthcare USA, perhaps I can introduce the Canon itself. Canon was established 86 years ago in Japan, 1939. And so 86-year-old global company. And also here in the US, since 1965, 60 years ago, was established in the USA. So now we established Canon Healthcare USA here in Cleveland, Greater Cleveland, and outside Cleveland. But for now, of Mayfield Village. We plan to move into Cleveland. It is the main, really close to main campus of Cleveland Clinic. So Canon is globally, we have 180,000 employees and also, So now Cleveland Clinic, okay. The Cleveland Clinic and Canon, we entered so-called the strategic partnership agreement in the late 2023. So over almost 1.5 years ago. So Canon, the Cleveland Clinic, as you know, it's over a 100 years history, and their philosophy is patient first. Now Canon, as a global company, I personally worked for this company for 43 years, and the first company, and most likely last company. And so when you say our global philosophy is so-called, in Japanese, called Kyosei, that means kyo means together, sei means living, work, and live together as a local citizen. So that's throughout 86 years of company history, the Kyosei and Cleveland Clinic, patient first, has very similar people first, become a local entities. So as I just mentioned, we made this November 2023, Cleveland Clinic and Canon globally enter partnership to advance global innovation in medical imaging solutions. So this is very overall partnership to 5 to 10 years, minimum 5 years to 10 years, long-term partnership. So that's the, we enter that. Then to do that, we need to secure property. Now, as you can see, the building itself was introduced in Cedar Avenue and East 105th Street. We are going to purchase the building, not the lease, because the Canon philosophy to be a local citizen, we don't just lease and rent and come and go. We need to be the local citizen. To do that, we need to secure the property to purchasing it. So, but we also have ground lease because Cleveland Clinic owns the ground. I believe it came originally from the county and the city. So the property itself is be owned by Canon, but ground will be leased a 50-year lease and optional another 50 years, really 100 years lease, which is very, very long term. As you can see, the bottom right, it says IBM building. Then this is perfectly located or situated because you can see the vertically, that's the opportunity corridor. And then horizontally, this is a Cleveland Innovation District. Between Cleveland Clinic and the state, jointly invested in that area. So now Canon, we would take over the IBM, well, it's not really IBM, never owned it, but we call it IBM building, and Canon Comprehensive Imaging Research Center. So that's the property is perfectly suitable for operation. Now, what's the purpose of this? This is the first floor and second floor, all together 43,000 square foot. And first floor, we already have conceptual diagram before schematic. We already retained the local design-build company. No secret, it's called Panzica Construction. So we already have that contract to do certain renovations. Why? Because IBM building itself is office building and not really suitable for CAT scan, MRI scanners, X-rays, and oncology and cancer patient PET CT. So just like a hospital, we have to renovate the floor, the walls, ceilings, just like you need magnet sealed and lead. So we are going to do a major reconstruction to install all this medical diagnostic imaging equipment. That's the first floor. Of course, the second floor with the Canon Healthcare USA. Currently, I wouldn't say temporary, in a Mayfield Village office. We're moving into a Canon Healthcare USA second floor. But as you can see, the bottom left is a Cleveland Clinic research group also going to move in so that we can do the research projects, so-called under one roof. So that's the reason we keep that space is that we already have the headcount plan for next 3 years. So 2 years ago, no secret, we started out 7 employees, and last year was 14. This year, 2025, we got 30. Now, of course, the arrangement, agreement between the city and the county and Jobs Ohio would be by the end of 2027 is a 50 at the minimum. So that's the head count, the resources we're going to hire, not from other states, but here in Cleveland, and at least also from the state of Ohio. So that's the order to have this kind of floor plans and the diagram we're going to implement. What shall we do after we secure the building and open up the research center? So with Cleveland Clinic, we have master collaborations called the Strategic Relationship Agreement. And each project will be defined by statement of work. The reason we do this is Canon Medical Product Solutions. As you can see, the ultrasound, MRI scanner for the brain, for example. Then, of course, the molecular imaging for oncology cancer patients, and vascular, cardiovascular for intervention, and CT for the cardiac, for example, cardiac CT, and of course, X-rays and other products and solutions. So those will be also installed the first floor of the building. Then joint research project with Cleveland Clinic Foundation, we already started the, not only discussion, some of the work already started now. In the area that we don't have the building, the research center yet, but some of the work already started with Cleveland Clinic. So CAT scans, you can see the images, image analysis type of thing is MR and CT and ultrasound. That's the kind of a brief overview because we need this property. We need Cleveland Clinic. We need people because as a Canon USA, Healthcare USA, now we moved from New York. I personally moved from New York, where I lived 32 years, 2 years. I personally moved to Cleveland, downtown, actually Public Square, last May. And other people are moving from Southern California, and also certain engineers, researchers from Canon Canon Healthcare, Japan. They already have so-called expatriates. Already, we have 5 of them already, but we're going to grow. So it's going to be part of at the minimum 50 employees to be hired in Cleveland. Thank you.
Neil.
And want to go through real quickly with you guys how we're going to support this. So as Neil mentioned, this is a partnership between Jobs Ohio and Team NEO, Cuyahoga County and the city. I'll walk through a little bit on the city's side of this. As he also mentioned, Canon, through both acquisition of this property, purchasing of highly specialized equipment and reconfiguration of the building, is looking to invest a little over $33 million here in the city of Cleveland, which is fantastic. We are going to, as we mentioned, the job creation tax credit, which I'll walk through in just a little bit. Again, this is modeled after what 50 jobs would look like. So right, there's 14 today. As soon as they hit 50, that would trigger the job creation incentive tax credit for a period of 5 years, right? Assuming that there were only those 50 jobs at that payroll, that would be worth about $469,000. Again, that is on the back end. That is not us writing a check. Those are on credits when they file their tax returns on an annualized basis. We are giving them a pre-development grant out of the department to help with some of the work related to the plans that they are working on right now for this, a $250,000 economic development grant. And then the enterprise zone tax abatement, you'll see 9 years, and I'll explain why in a little bit, because this is a tax abatement that you already legislated and put onto this property previously. So again, as you look at the job creation incentive tax credit, again, this is modeled out to only show the 50 jobs that exist and the $7.5 million in payroll that comes out of this. If they end up hiring 75 people, great news for all of us, right? And that means a little bit more out of all of this. But I think the important thing to remember, if you look at this over the course of a 10-year period, right? The 5 years of new income taxes coming in that we're giving a credit on, plus the full taxes that would come in over that, that's a net gain of $1.4 million in new taxes to the city of Cleveland over the course of that time, right? The enterprise zone tax abatement, and this is an interesting one because as I mentioned to you guys, you passed legislation in 2017 to enact an enterprise zone tax abatement on this property that went into effect in tax year 2019. As IBM never materialized, every year at the Tax Incentive Review Committee, you have the ability to change those. That was kind of amended down to 0%. So what we're actually doing, right, is kind of reinstating that. The legislation will enable us to kind of raise that back up to 60%, which is where it was before. And because typically when we would give people a tax abatement, we'd say 10 years, right? There are 4 years left on that original legislation you pass, so that will take into those, and then we can legally, you have the ability to extend that by a period of up to 5 years, which essentially means they would capture 9 years of abatement at 60% on this. So the numbers that you see up at the top of that, right, show, again, income taxes, that's the numbers that we would be collecting over the course of 9 years at $1.2 million. Real property taxes on this with no abatement whatsoever would be worth just north of $3.8 million, right? Those total tax items without abatement, like we're coming on, this is, so it'd be like if there were no abatement put on this whatsoever, it'd be about $5 million in total taxes out of this deal. But they're making this $33 million investment down there. So you can see income tax, we're not abating, right? That's through the jacket. That real property tax that's $2.3 million that we'd abate. That's about the 60%, right? And again, that depends on values that are established over the course of time. So this is a projection. But if you look at that, $1.2 million of the income taxes we know we'd be getting, and then 1.533, that's the number of property taxes that we know we'd be getting after abatement. That's $2.7 million in new property taxes and income taxes altogether that we're getting over the 9 years of this project, right? And that's with Canon showing up. They're investing $33 million in the facility. They're committed to bringing 50 jobs. I think the intention is that all of us want to work together to make this a much larger project, but this is where it stands today. So, you know, again, ultimately, this is something that we're using an existing building that had an abatement on it. We're bringing it back to life with a world-class company establishing a deep partnership with Cleveland Clinic in ways that we think can move the economy forward, bringing a lot of high-paying quality jobs into the city of Cleveland. Right? And the hope is when we get past this, there's going to be a really great press release that's going to be announced about Canon investing in the city of Cleveland, and appreciate your guys' support on this. And again, this has been a long time coming. I've had a lot of conversations with the council president up through even through this weekend as we tend to lock this thing down. We'll open up. And the last thing I wanted to add, you don't see every single day where we are both amending, right, and kind of extending a tax abatement. Also, you would notice in Section 3 of the Job Creation Income Tax Credit and Ordinance, a section on OEO and CBAs. The CBA, I think, was not necessarily looked at in terms of a straight job creation, you know, just a company attraction thing. So they're normally for larger scale construction. We did word that, and I'll read it aloud. That gives the Directors of Economic Development, Finance, and Office of Equal Opportunity to enter into a non-standard community benefits agreement with the company as a condition to receive funds. This will be modified at the direction of OEO to reflect that this is not a construction or redevelopment project, but an attraction of a new employer. But very important, this building that has never been occupied, that came in, right, and this is one of the things that Director Mitchell took a good look at. The minority CSB, FBE goals in this called for
15.
Yeah, so they exceeded goals by over 18% on this project, right? So Their goals were for $1.8 million in CSB, FB, and MBE, and they came in at 3.2 in the original construction of this building. They will absolutely still be required in any kind of physical transformation thing for hiring of like MBE, FB. That is a part of it, right? So again, while this may not be a typical CBA, it's because it's not a full-blown construction project, but I think it's important to note that all those goals were not just met, exceeded in the construction of the building they'll be occupying. Thank you.
But first of all, thank you, Director. One of the things I love about your presentations is you always kind of drill down in what the return on investment is going to be. And we really have been working for a long time with Mr. Amai and others, and Hero and others. Please give Hero my best as well. And this has actually been about 3 years we've been working on this project. So now it's exciting to see that it's right at that point. I usually try to do the quick math at the table, but we were moving kind of fast. I know you said about 75 million, but what's the average salary for the jobs? 50 jobs, and it's about
150,000.
so it's approximately 100. So these are
150,000.
150,000. So the reason I wanted to put that out there so everybody can understand, these are income tax that we will be seeing a lot of support from for some very high-end jobs, okay? The other thing I wanted to ask, and I'm glad you mentioned about California, you actually have been shifting some of your operations from
Yes.
California to the Mayfield branch and this branch as well,
Correct,
right?
which is a national training center called the Training Academy of Canon, where it moved from Southern California, Orange County, to the Mayfield Village. So now, not only trainers, but trainees of the customers, which is hospitals, medical centers, they are coming to Cleveland for the training, for the CAT scan, MRIs, and all this equipment. So that's the perhaps the first move. You can see that the Cleveland will become our hub for our healthcare and medical. And it's been a little bit scattered in Southern California, some of them in New York, some of them in Florida. So now our plan is for the future, Cleveland will be the hub at the center of our medical and healthcare operations.
Awesome. This is very exciting. And also bringing in some folks from the home headquarters in Japan as well,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So as you can see, this is actually bringing in new jobs from outside of the region and outside of the country into Cleveland, which is always a win-win. Just a couple of things. Some of the other small supportive jobs and supportive roles that are there, like environmental techs, which is a fancy way to say janitor, landscaping.
Yes.
Other neighborhood partners, mentoring. Are you guys looking at or willing to work with the community around some of those things like that?
Most definitely, because that's why we own the property. Now, it's not going to be Cleveland Clinic responsibilities to maintain or renovate the parking lot or security systems and cleaning. It's Canon Healthcare's responsibility. So not only we are hiring engineers and researchers, even our company like PhDs, but also we have to run the whole company. So it is the intention to hire from the range of workers, local workers.
Great. So we're looking forward to that. And just so we can put this in context, we have a supermarket on that corner, which gives us a lot of local access. These workers will be having families. We're building lots of homes in the neighborhood, as well as affordable and market rate housing. So this fits in with the growth and development that we're trying to do in the area. So I'm really excited about this, and we'll take any other questions. I'll start out with the chair, and then I'll come to my majority leader. But Chairman Hairston, did you have any questions, since I know that you usually handle development?
Mr. Chair, no questions. I understand the importance of this. This is something that you've been working on for quite some time, and fully support for passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of this ordinance here today, and I want to commend you, Mr. Chair, for doing such a great job over there. And I know that you're really working with the clinic and subsidiaries and partners to build out the neighborhood. So congratulations to you, sir, and to the economic development team as well, and our folks here from Canon. So it just seems like a really exciting project for the city of Cleveland. And looking to my friend to the right here, would love to see what additional partnerships. I mean, we've got this, one of the best hospitals in the world, 10 minutes down the street. What other partnerships like a Canon Healthcare are out there that could bring jobs to the city of Cleveland? So really exciting day. Congratulations to the team from Canon.
Thank you.
Welcome to Cleveland. Happy to have you here. And again, Mr. Chair, congratulations too from your perspective. And we'd love for us to think further about what other partnerships are out there. This seems like a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in closing, if I don't see any other questions, just so everybody can understand, right around the time that this building was supposed to be fully activated, COVID-19 hit. So it really kind of has been like a brand new building. Imagine somebody building a brand new house that nobody ever really moved into. And unfortunately, we've had to have extra eyes and ears because people notice when it's not occupied. So really to have that opportunity would be great. One other question just that I have for you before we move this for consideration this evening. Ability or opportunities to expand. Are we looking at if there's opportunities down the line to even attract more of Canon's footprint into this area? And, I love this beginning, but the exciting company that they are, I would love to see even more opportunities for expansion.
Thank you for the question, Council President. As I mentioned, this has been a joint effort between Councilman, our office, Cuyahoga County, Team NEO, Jobs Ohio. I think that is because we all recognize the quality of the company that we're talking about here. There is a commitment for 50 jobs today. We want to do everything that we can, not just to get Canon Healthcare USA to establish this as their global headquarters, that they're doing, but also to grow and thrive, right? And while there is no crystal ball necessarily, that is an active conversation we've been having for a while, is like, how do we get you in the door? And then how do we find a way to help you grow?
Awesome. Well, this is exciting. Seeing no other questions, both ordinances, ordinance number 160-2025 and ordinance number 161-2025 stands recommended from this Finance Committee and will be considered for approval by the entire council body this evening.
Wonderful.
Please give everybody on the team my best, and we're looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
exciting. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's move to community and economic development. Community and economic development, and please make sure that Mr. McNair, whenever they are fully up and operational, we want to make sure we visit and offer whatever support. And also, we'll touch base with the local police departments as well as the Cleveland Clinic to make sure we have a good safety plan to work with you guys as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Let's move to economic development, and the first one is ordinance number 126-2025, as amended by Councilmember Casey, an emergency ordinance authorizing the directors of finance and economic development to enter into an amendment to contract number ST 24-0009 with Digital C to change certain terms. And at the table, we're going to have Mr. Austin Davis from the mayor's office. And if anybody from Digital C can join us, it'd be great as well. And I'll read the amendment. It says there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, in section 1, line 4, strike the blank line and insert 760,000. In line 5, strike and in line 6, after made, insert and number 3, all further payments to Digital C shall be conditioned upon receiving prior legislative approval. Mr. Davis, and please announce who you have at the table with us.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Austin Davis, Senior Policy Advisor to Mayor Bibb. With me today is Joshua Edmonds, CEO of Digital C. We're here following the conclusion of Digital C's first year in an agreement with the City of Cleveland. In the year 2024, Digital C connected 2,802 new internet using households, about 7,000 people, maybe slightly fewer. And Digital C provided digital adoption services to 7,622 Cleveland residents, so trainings or other sorts of how to get online class type things. Digital C had a performance-based contract with the city of Cleveland. They were obligated to, in return for $1,750,000, connect 3,500 new internet households, and in return for $2 million, connect 7,500 new digital adoption service recipients. Digital C exceeded their new digital adoption service recipient numbers and fell a bit short of new internet household subscriptions. Councilman Casey led the way in trying to find a way forward. 80% of the work was done with Digital C when it came to household connectivity, which wasn't 100%, wasn't what we expected, but was still very significant. So the ultimate number that the Utilities Committee landed on last week was $760,000 for this first year in that category. With that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you. I know that Councilman Casey is not here, but the vice chair of that committee is Ms. Jenny Spencer. Councilwoman Spencer, if you could please speak on behalf of Utilities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had really a full vetting in the Utilities Committee. There were two separate meetings of the committee, and we really took our time in considering this contract amendment and in considering this piece of legislation. I will, as Councilman Casey's not here, and I do have to sing his praises, as I did at the table during Utilities Committee. This was a well-thought-out contract from the beginning, a performance-based contract spread over 4 years, and we will be having regular touch points throughout that period. So we do want, the majority of the committee felt that it was important to provide the number we landed on, the 760,000. We are all in this together, and we need Digital C to succeed because we want 23,500 Clevelanders to be connected with $18 a month internet. So ultimately, I really do want to commend our chairman for the negotiations, both in the committee room, but just one-on-one to get us to this point, and we're looking forward to moving forward together, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And, I want to commend Councilman Casey as well. I know that there was a lot of work and back and forth went to this. I know that the public and others had a lot of concerns that were expressed, but I think we were able to get to a point where we believe in the accountability, but at the same time, I believe we have a way to move forward. Okay? Do you, Mr. Edmonds, want to add anything?
I do want to go on the record and just extend my appreciation for council, the administration. There was something that was said at the very beginning of all of our discussions that was we had a responsibility to protecting the residents, protecting the administration, protecting council, and protecting Digital C. And as we've been having these conversations, we see every time there's a media report or anything that comes out, a growth in our subscribership. We've seen that this month alone, we are completely booked with installs. Now, when we say completely booked, what does that mean? We have 620 slots that residents have signed up for the service. Now, does that mean 620 are going to be installed? No, a lot of times people just might not show up for their installs, and that has been something that we saw as a consistent area for growth for us. And as we're moving forward through this year, I want to make sure that everyone knows that we are taking full responsibility and accountability for the numbers. We're proud of those numbers, but at the same time, we acknowledge that the growth to ensure that we need to hit those numbers. And so this year, we have 4,700 slots that we need to fill. And this last month alone, we had, I believe, it was 350 installs. And so we're well on our way. That's a really positive sign at the beginning of the year. Amidst some of those cold weather, those icy days, we were still out there doing that. So I feel proud. I'm thankful for this council, the administration, as well as our residents for giving us a shot to do what we do best.
Thank you. And just, I see Councilwoman Spencer has another comment. So Councilwoman Spencer.
No, go ahead, Mr. Chair. I
Sure.
really wanted just to mention making sure that we make note of the amendments in the piece. Okay.
I did read them into the record, but just so that everybody can know, there was the request for, and make sure that everybody understands this, the request for this portion would have been about 1.2 million, right?
To the chair, 1.75.
1.75, but that's with, it's two parts, right? So the part where they only made 80% would have been about how much? 1.4.
That's right.
So about 1.4. There was, of course, Digital C said, hey, can we do the whole 1.4? We said no, we didn't think that was fair based on the accountability metrics that we put in place. There was a proposal to go as low as 400-something thousand. Then there was a proposal to get it about 900-something thousand, and then we wound up, after close consultation, working with Councilman Casey and him talking with me regularly, we ended up at the 760,000 number. But in addition to that conversation, as Councilwoman Spencer mentioned, we really wanted to ramp up what we can do in order to try to also push customer base and consumers. So they do have graphics with the office, with communications, and please, through your own personal networks as well as the city networks and well as your newsletters, please consider advertising for Digital C to try to get prescriptions. I've gotten nothing but good reports back that this $18 limit is important and people are actually subscribing to it. One of the reasons we went with a nonprofit as opposed to a for-profit is because we were concerned that once all of these programs like the American Connectivity Program and those kind of things were gone, then the private sector could actually jack up the prices. Well, we're starting to already see some of that emanate in this new administration. So the whole goal was this. It's the second or third largest ARPA allocation that we've made as a body. So it's very important for us to try to make sure we shield taxpayer dollars. One thing that I have Mr. Davis that I really, and I know that Councilman Harsh, and I've hooked him and Mr. Edmonds up in order to really try to develop, because they're the savants around this kind of stuff. How do we make sure that we don't build this system out, get all of these customers, and then somebody from the private sector tries to come in and buy it and then capitalize it? Is there anything that we could actually do to make sure we protect taxpayers so that this doesn't become a private monopoly or something or another where somebody gets access to it and then jacks up the price against our customers and our consumer base?
To the chair, I love where your head's at, because mine was in the exact same place when we were drafting this initial contract. The gist is, to summarize I think it's a 30-page legal contract, Digital C can't sell their equipment without this council's approval.
Okay. So, period.
That's the period. And
All
that's a
right.
typical contract term when we do things like this. Many of our agreements with other third-party entities, while we're still in this agreement together, they can't fold, sell their equipment, do some creative swap with another, who knows what. They have to come through this council first.
Great. I actually did read some of it this week, and that was my interpretation of it. So I just wanted to make sure, after having conversations with Mr. Edmonds and Mr. Harsh, we have a country that has a history of public sector building out assets, and then the private sector trying to come in and swoop in and purchase them and then charge astronomical prices. Hence why we have a CPP and why we try to make sure we protect our assets. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you to the council president. Just a quick question. As it relates to just our general operations, will we be instituting performance standards going into this upcoming budget, that we will begin to start doing performance measures based on people's allocations of budget here in the city of Cleveland?
One of the people, I believe that's a question for me, one of the people that we have at the table is going to be Ms. Crow, and that is what her office is supposed to be set up to do, so she might be able to more eloquently answer that question when she comes to the table.
And the reason why I bring this up is because I have had community members question me about how this contract had been set up compared to general operations, and some community members felt that there was a level of targeting the Digital C compared to all the other contracts, and community members was like, well, if you're doing it to Digital C, then it should be an expectation that it's done for other people. And I wanted to bring it up because, again, Digital C is based in Ward 7. My residents are coming to me, and I was like, I don't know. I don't sit on utilities. I have not been intimately in these conversations at the table, but I do think what has been approached to me is a valid concern. And so I wanted to make sure that I bring this up and let this body know that people have at least approached me about what is happening with their contract. And similarly, are we going to put the same type of standards when it comes to the operations of the city of Cleveland in general?
Once again, Ms. Crow can answer some of the metrics questions about operations. I will tell you, in all fairness, and we've had this conversation with Mr. Edmonds, he inherited an organization that has had a history of people have not had a lot of confidence in the past organizational leadership and structure. He is fully aware of that. He has come in and tried to right-size it, but part of the consternation that some people had in the beginning was not him and not the infrastructure that's in place now, but some of the past major missteps and major mishaps that happened when it was one community and other names. So there was a level of some consternation that people had going into the conversation, but I have to say that we've been working as close as we can with Mr. Edmonds, and yes, Council Lady, we do plan on trying to hold everybody accountable. As a matter of fact, I think we're trying to move more towards a metric system to measure not just this contract, but other things that we're doing as well. So your point is well taken, and that's something we will look at.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Council President, because again, Cleveland residents want to see that we are, treating everybody
Yes.
in a very equitable way and being very clear to understanding in context and historical context. The only reason why we are even having a nonprofit do this work is because for-profit companies have not invested in the city of Cleveland.
Right.
And I just really hope that we can, as we are doing these things and evolving and writing contracts, the only reason why we have to build out the city of Cleveland because they are intentional profit mindset of for-profit corporations decided that it was not worth it to invest in the city of Cleveland. And now when we had a little bit of, opportunity to invest, now people want to do it. And again, I just think we need to be a stronger pair, partners and things of that nature. And so just not having isolated conversations about an organization and making sure, like I said, we all are held to a standard because we all want to see Cleveland thrive and grow. Thank you so much,
Once
Council
again,
President.
thank you so much, Councilwoman. Point taken. I totally agree with you, which brings me to one last question that I want to make sure that we answer. One of the questions that I have for Councilman Casey, and I actually brought this up at the table, is are we going to look at once they actually right the ship, because I do have confidence in Mr. Edmonds and his team that they're going to pick up the pace and that they have their systems and everything in place now. Is there an opportunity for them to recoup dollars on the back end if we see that they meet their metrics and start to surpass some of their metrics and be able to recoup some of the dollars that they are losing today?
To the chair, that's not in the agreement now. The administration would totally defer to the council.
Okay, so that's something that we will discuss, Councilwoman, that if we do see that they start to exceed and that they start to hit their stride, then, and I'm one that is one thing to be able to punish and be punitive, but we also need to be in a position to reward when and if we see a major change in what they're able to accomplish.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Jasmine Santana, and then Councilman Kerry Moore.
Thank you, President. I'm just on that point to the chair and to Austin and Joshua, right? Yeah. So I've been getting calls, right? Like we know groceries are twice as high. People are worried about the state of our financial institutions, right? I anticipate that people could not pay the $80 that they pay for internet that they've been paying previous years, right? They're not going to be able to afford that. They're going to have to cut corners somewhere. And I foresee that happening in the digital world, right? So I actually anticipate that Digital C is going to have to scale up for them to be able to just respond to the demand that you guys are getting. So if that happens, right, and that 620 people that applied or reached out for an appointment, they do all show up, right? How does this financial decision play into the, I guess, scaling up the work that I foresee is going to happen? Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. So how our allocations are set up now, when we're building the team right now for 4,700 installs. Now it's going to be over because we have to go over. We can't just go at target, which is why, we did that last year and we were 20% short. So now we had to overshoot to ensure that we make it. But part of the overshooting equation is if you know that you have 4,700, now in transparency, we're shooting for close to 5,500 this year, so we know. But every single one of those installs, the labor alone on it, it's about 2 to 2.5 hours it takes us to do an install. We pay prevailing wages on that. In addition to that, every single bit of customer premise equipment we're putting in, like every dollar counts. And so whenever we remove a dollar or remove something around, it instantly forces us to then say, which contractors are we going to work with? We don't want to go at the lowest rate. I think that a lot of times you all have seen the reviews. The reviews are public. Oftentimes in these reviews, you hear people saying, Digital C's done a great job. We love the install. We love this. Like, we're seeing that because we're not rushing. And I think that's the part where quality assurance and these investments matter. Every dollar matters. And so we do have a cap that, let's say we're around October or November and we exceed 4,700. There's a overperformance clause in there that says that if we go over that goal, we don't get any additional investment. And so now we wouldn't be incentivized, again, should we hit those numbers, to do anything else because we don't have the budget to do that in this year. So then effectively, if that happens in the fall, we'd have to tell residents we'll see you in January.
Thank you.
Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. And thank you for the good work that you all are doing out there. And please get any marketing materials to our team, Joan Mazzolini, or Austin can connect you to all those folks. So I'd love to feature you guys in the newsletter and get the word out to as many people as humanly possible. I actually have a specific question that's been on my mind. Are you all running into any challenges? What I've started to see in Ward 3 is, I used to say the company's names all the time. There's two of them, so you know who they are. But they're trying to get into apartment buildings and lock the entire building down. Like, can you talk to me a little bit about how that interfaces with your team? Is that a challenge? I mean, because from what I've seen, it's like they don't give the residents the choice. They're just like, you will now be taking one of the two big companies, which, to Councilwoman House Jones's point, one of the two of them, I was on a call a couple of years ago with their team, and they said, oh, yeah, we're so, do you have us? And I said, you don't serve my neighborhood in Ohio City. So, I was like, you're not here. So, no, I don't have your company because you don't come to my neighborhood. Anyways, but I'm curious on that kind of, I don't know what the industry term is, but when they kind of, get a contract with the entire building and how you all interface with that.
I am more than appreciative. Through the council, I'm more than appreciative of this question. Thank you for asking this. So this is one of the realities on the ground that we oftentimes don't talk about. That while we are diversifying the choices in single-family homes, I think that's great. We needed that. The same reality exists in the apartment buildings too in Cleveland. And in some cases, yeah, we will show up. This is the law. This is how this works. This is the FCC now. FCC has it that if a property has wiring that's inside, that wiring is not the property of a specific internet provider. That is a property, that is now the building. The building owns that. So the building is able to say, hey, if you want to tap in Digital C, if you want to tap in Digital B or Digital A, doesn't really matter. If anyone wants to tap in, you can now share this infrastructure to then provide services to residents. That's what is said. However, what's happening, I think that we would absolutely love maybe some guidance from council with respect to some of these apartment buildings where we are having difficulty getting in or having difficulty accessing equipment. Like, those are the things that historically, to Councilwoman House's point, the attention was not on these apartment buildings, and then all of a sudden we now show up and now people want to lock things up.
Yeah.
And so like,
Yeah.
we are seeing that as a reality. And I would just say, like, would love to find some type of process or way that we could flag buildings and then get some oversight on that.
Well, thank you. And to Director, what is your CEO? What is your title?
Yeah.
Okay. Council Pres is hammering us down on titles. So to the CEO at the table, I'm curious too, and who regulates that? Is that a state of Ohio Utilities Commission regulation? Is that something locally from a city ordinance perspective we could look at? I mean, I've just posed that question to the group. I mean, it doesn't seem right to me that a apartment building could tell every single resident in the building you have to use, especially when it's not in the lease even.
So now we have a really great opportunity to bring a very current conversation to the table. Under the new administration presidential, there is this ban that wants to go in effect on this bulk billing. Bulk billing is a conversation that allows someone to say, for everybody in here, you guys are either all going to get billed this or you guys are all going to have to choose me. That, at one point in the previous administration, was rolled back, and now in this current one, it looks to be reinforced. I think that per Cleveland already selecting Digital C for things, we have a really unique choice to kind of alter our own destiny here and say what is best for Cleveland. And so if we were already doing that for the single family, I think this is more, again, us being able to raise up these buildings, because when you talk to the property managers or the property owners, they're willing to work with us.
Right.
So I would just say it's more so up to us, and as we are flagging buildings that we want to serve, or as residents are raising their hand,
Right.
we would love to then be able to turn around and say, hey, we might be getting some pushback here, we might have some difficulty penetrating over here.
And Chair to the CEO, I would imagine that it would be advantageous if I own a building to say, hey, good news, you can also, if you rent in my building, I also have $18 internet available to you. Like, to me, that sounds like something that would be like an attractive amenity to attract people to rent in the building. I mean, from my, I don't know.
It saves on average $50 a month
Right.
for every resident.
Right.
For year over year, now your residents are saving thousands of
Exactly.
dollars.
So, I mean, to me, it's also, there's a value add there. I would hope for building owners to be able to say, we now have this service available that's much more affordable to you. So, all right, Chair, I'll follow up on that, but I was just curious what you guys are seeing out there in the field. And it's very interesting because, again, I think residents should have a choice of who they want to go with in this field. So, and sometimes that's not happening. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 126-2025 as amended stands approved. Please sign on. All right, next up will be safety. If safety can come to the table. Good evening, Assistant Director. This is ordinance number 1358-2024 as amended by council members Polinsik and Griffin by departmental request, and emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to exercise options to renew contracts with various vendors for the towing of motor vehicles. Once again, it says that there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, in section 1, at the list of number PS 2023-196, strike towing and salvage company and insert towing and salvage company.
Capital
In
T.
capitals, with a capital T. And this is dated 12/23/24, signed by Kevin Roberts, Chief Assistant Director of Law. Director.
Good afternoon, Council President. With me today, I have DC Fay and Sergeant Donegan for questions after. Ordinance number 1358-2024 as amended, if passed by council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to exercise the options to renew the contracts we have with various vendors for the towing of motor vehicles for an additional 2-year period. The Division of Police currently contracts with the following tow companies for the towing of non-commercial motor vehicles. Number 2023-180, DeJesus Towing, LLC. Number 2023-181, Icon Towing, LLC. Number 2023-182, Smithson's Towing, LLC. Number 2023-193, Kuffner Towing, Incorporated. Number 2023-196, Parma Towing and Salvage, Incorporated. Number 2023-203, Interstate Towing and Transport Specialist, Incorporated. Number 2023-204, Regal Auto Body and Service, Incorporated, doing business as St. Clair Auto Body. Number 2023-205, United Towing Services Incorporated. Number 2023-206, Seaway Gas and Petroleum Incorporated, doing business as X Towing Inc. Incorporated. The original contracts were entered to under the authority of Codified Ordinance Section 135.42. This ordinance, if passed by council, constitutes the additional legislative authority required by Section 135.42 to exercise these renewal options.
Thank you. Do you want to announce who's at the table with you?
I have D.C. Fay and Sergeant Donegan for questions.
All right, thank you. I know that Councilman Polensik is not here today. He's actually out ill, so he has an excused absence. Has to be really ill for Councilman Polensik not to be here. But bottom line is he has vetted this. This was vetted and passed in Public Safety Committee, so on his behalf, I am putting this forward. I do want to ask, and I know that we've asked this at the table before, what are the requirements for someone to be to participate or be able to bid on this?
Sergeant Donegan, please.
To the chair, the minimum requirements of equipment for the non-commercial towing is 2 regular duty tow trucks, which is what you think of when you think of a tow truck, and 1 flatbed. That's the minimum. And to be available to service the contract with the city 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
So the reason I'm asking that question is because if it's my understanding, and thanks to Ms. Odie Martins when we were looking into that it costs approximately $125,000 to $150,000 for a regular tow truck, and it costs between $150,000 towards $100,000 to $175,000 or so, give or take, for a flatbed, and then you're talking about staffing and being able to have 24-hour on call. Reason that I'm putting those out there is because one of the concerns I had is that we don't have any minority vendors, or we only have minority subcontractors. We don't have any a lot of female nor minority vendors. And one of the things that I'm going to put out to us is how are we actually trying to actively recruit some folks by saying these are some of the things that you need and the structure that you need in order to competitively bid for some of these jobs. So hopefully that's something that we can have a discussion with Director Mitchell about, because we got to rectify that. And it's just a matter of somebody probably making the right investments, but we want to make sure we have more female, African American, Hispanic, Asian American, but more diversified tow operation, and really need to make sure that everybody understands the specs that need to be in place in order to do this. How long is this contract? 2 with a 1 year?
To the chairman, that's correct.
Okay. 2 with 1 year option.
1 with 2-year options.
1 with 2-year option. Yeah. Okay. So that's something that I just want to keep in mind, that I just hopefully that director or assistant director, if you can have that conversation with Director Mitchell so that we can actively start seeing if any of these tow truck companies can get up the scale so that they can effectively apply for some of these opportunities.
Understood.
Okay? Councilman Kerry McCormick. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I support this ordinance. Just a couple of quick comments, Chair to the team. I'm initiating an email actually to pull a meeting together around the downtown parking restrictions. I want to take a new look at these. I mean, we understand that there are public safety concerns, but patterns have changed after the pandemic, and I want to make sure it's as easy and attractive to come downtown and enjoy yourself and spend money as possible. So I'll be on the lookout for that. I mentioned it to the chief, so she's aware. But the second component I wanted to, because obviously if you come downtown to get your car towed, you're not coming back if you're a visitor. So I just want to make sure that we are really thoughtful about, as folks come downtown to eat dinner or go to a game, that we're maintaining public safety, but also, maintaining a welcoming downtown. The other component, too, I just mentioned to the director and staff, if we could, as we communicate to these folks, remind them on speed safety. I see these guys flying through the neighborhood a lot in the tow trucks. So as we communicate with them, if we could just please remind them, obey the speed limits. You're a big vehicle, coming through the neighborhood. And so that's just my request, that we reiterate to them, please, especially as you're going through neighborhoods, be cognizant of the speed limit and folks around you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the fact that you brought up the issue of minorities. A couple of weeks ago, I asked a question at the table, how many minorities were involved with these contracts, and I got a little bit specific given the fact that the city of Cleveland is about 48, 49%, give or take. If you count everybody, about 50% of the people who live in the city of Cleveland are African American. And so when I asked the question, Mr. Chairman, on the various different tow truck companies that are operating in the city of Cleveland, I was told, Mr. Chairman, when I specifically asked the question, how many minority black women have contracts and how many minority black men have contracts as relates to the towing companies, and I was told none. So one of the things we've talked about in terms of health and trauma and disparity is the fact that we already have recognized here at the city that racism is an institutionalized system. And so sometimes we may not in our minds have been doing it the same old way that it has always been. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we take clear steps in making sure that EEOC or some other entity within the city of Cleveland is asking that question. Because the most important thing is when we look at our cities, if we can't take care of our minority businesses, then they're going to leave the city of Cleveland and go somewhere else where they can get the assistance and help. We have a number of minority towers who have spent an enormous amount of money buying their equipment and their flatbeds and their tow trucks, and to not have one of them on this contract here, Mr. Chairman, is shameful, given the fact that we have a 50% minority stake here in the city of Cleveland. So I'm not saying, Mr. Chairman, and I don't want the safety forces who are here to think that I'm calling them anything other than just the fact that we need to really reach out and include minorities in these contracts. And a lot of times, Mr. Chairman, when I sit here at this table and I ask certain questions like this, not just in terms of the safety department in this particular subject, but when we look at utilities and we look across the board, we have a number of minority contractors who are capable and able to perform the services, but they have not, for whatever reasons, been included. So I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that we just do our due diligence. The first thing that we should take care of with the $1.9 billion operation that we have here is making sure we take care of Clevelanders and those Clevelanders who have businesses that need to be supported by the city by which they live in is the first thing, Mr. Chairman, I think that our body should be all about, is making sure that we level the playing field to allow for minority businesses to have an opportunity, not just on this contract, Mr. President, but on all the contracts that come here to the table, because that's how we keep our residents strong. That's how we keep our communities strong. And when we have stronger communities and stronger residents and stronger neighborhoods, we have a vibrant city. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the fact that you have pointed that out here and the Finance Committee, and I look forward to working with the department, because since that time, I've had several people contact me and said, I would like to have that, I would like to be considered for the contract. And then number two, my question, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished safety forces is, on average, what are some of the payout, or what are some of the contracts, how much do we usually pay out for towing on an annual basis?
Anybody from the safety team?
To the councilman through the chair, this contract is unique in that it's a self-funding contract. The city lays out no money initially to these contracted tow companies. The companies are paid when a vehicle is either picked up by the owner or insurance company, or the vehicle is recycled and a portion of that is paid to the tow truck company. So to extrapolate the figures, if we realize that we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 11,000 vehicles towed last year, the average payout per vehicle would be approximately $125 to the tow company. So dividing that number by 9 would, I don't have the exact figure here, sir, but I see you're calculating there.
How many was it again? The total?
Total vehicles were 11,547.
Okay, just a moment. I'll calculate it. 11,547?
Yes, sir. So multiplying that by $125, which is the mean,
It's $1.4 million.
okay, divided by 9 companies, because the towing is handed out in a rotational basis to ensure fairness and equity.
That's about $160,000
There you
on
are,
an annual
sir.
basis. And
Yes,
some
sir.
change. Thank you.
All right, Director, if you could, I just really hope that you could spend some time. I know that he just came in, but really want to make sure that we work closely with Director Mitchell to just let people know. And that's part of the OEO's task, is to try to find areas where there are vendors that we have a low amount and try to see what we can do to try to help them get up to scale. And this may be something that we look at, Councilman Hairston, as we make sure that we look at the areas where we, claw back money in order to pay for the gateway, that we can have somebody use the Minority Business Development Fund to try to help bring people up to scale so that we can have more companies that can potentially participate. Okay?
Council
Just to find
President, I
ways to align
appreciate
it.
that. And Councilman Jones, if you have those list of individuals that contacted you, if we can have that so we can reach out to them for future bids.
And Mr. Chairman, just to add, I appreciate the director here. Also, what I would suggest too, moving forward, is each department that has these contracts make an effort to, and it's just a Google, minority contractors who do towing. So a lot of this stuff today is so simple because we have these systems in play. So if our departments make the effort to reach out to minority businesses in the city of Cleveland and then send that out there to them, it's given us an opportunity to reach out to those businesses, because one person talked to me and said, I didn't even know I could come down there. I've never received anything. I've been in business for quite some time. So absolutely, we'll get what we have to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And not just, if you could get it to the director, could you make sure Mr. Mitchell has this as well, okay?
Yes.
Appreciate
All right,
it,
thank
Council
you so
President.
much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1358-2024, as amended, stands approved. Please sign on.
Thank you.
Next up is Public Works. If Public Works can join us at the table, this is ordinance number 22-2025 by Council Members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and/or Finance as appropriate to employ one or more professional consultants to assess, recommend, and/or procure property insurance for the Huntington Bank Field located at 100 Alfred Lerner Way and other related services for a period of 1 year. Director.
Thank you, Chair. This piece is a piece that we do annually for insurance to cover the stadium. Last year, the cost of that insurance is about $697,000. That cost includes the replacement cost for the stadium. This year, we are going out not only to ask for the ability to purchase insurance, but we also want to be able to have the ability to team up with a consultant to be able to help us secure the best insurance possible. So that's this piece actually has to ask for those two pieces.
Thank you so much. How is the consultant chosen? Is this just a typical bid process that will go through purchasing, Department of Purchasing and Supplies?
It will go as an RFP, request for proposal. That's how we've done it for the last few years.
Okay, and they will be looking at their numbers to make sure that these are diverse companies that actually are applying or whatever else like that for these, and they have a standard for those?
Yes, I do have here with me Mr. Romero from Finance. We do strive to do that, but given the complexity of this type of insurance coverage, we try to make sure we reach out as many folks as we can, but it is it's pretty complex kind of feel. So I don't know if,
One last thing before I turn over to Mr. Romero. Are we looking for local insurance companies? I hope we're not trying to go national and not give local vendors an opportunity to apply. But Mr. Romero, if you can answer those couple of questions.
To the chair. So historically, we have had local companies that we've employed in the past. As a broker, the carrier is the insurance company itself. They're the multi-mega billion-dollar companies that actually carry the insurance on it. What we're talking about is a broker. And because it's a stadium, there are only so many carriers that actually do that type of specialty in insuring stadiums. So that limits the pool. There's about 28 of them nationally that do that. And so in the last few years, we have used a national broker who does have experience, who also has experience. I think we, with a councilperson, Bishop this morning, we discussed this, that one of the things we're going to look at is in the future, the status of the stadium and if it's going to be occupied or not, because that may add some difficulty into getting insurance.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions regarding ordinance number 22-2025? Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 22-2025 stands approved. Please sign on.
Thank you.
Last group at the table before we go into operational hearings is capital projects. They have 3 projects. If capital projects can join us at the table. First ordinance is ordinance number 1141-2023, as amended by council members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend various sections of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by various sections, to repeal sections 505.04, 505.05, 505.07, to 505.10, as amended by various ordinances to supplement the codified ordinances by enacting new sections 502.01 to 502.06, 503.014, 505.16, and 514.091 relating to sidewalks and right-of-way generally. And I'll read the amendment. The amendment says there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, in section 1, at amended section 503.01, 1, line 1, after division, strike H and insert H3 above, and in line 4, strike divisions H and I, and insert division I. This was dated 10/16/23, signed by Stephanie Melnick. Director, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes.
There is another amendment that goes with that piece of legislation that's fairly lengthy.
Okay. Who has it?
Yep.
All right. Now, it's my understanding that that I don't have to read this complete amendment, but do you have it, Mr. Roberts?
No. Has that been moved at the previous committee?
Was it moved?
Yes. We read the entire amendment at the MSP meeting this morning.
So it was read into the record at MSP this morning. I don't have to repeat reading it now, but there is a legal. Do I need to adopt the amendment, or does it already stand since it?
It was adopted this morning.
Yes. Okay. So it will be attached to the record, Councilman, because it was adopted this morning. But I want to make sure that this is a pretty lengthy amendment, that it is included, okay? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, so we do have a PowerPoint that we could use to go through this. And Assistant Director Chambers has been working with Mr. Knopf, who's the Section Chief for Permits and Sidewalks, on updating, I would say, the codified ordinances as they relate to permit fees, 50/50 sidewalk program, and I will say that the amendment that was fully read into the record this morning was at the request of council, because we had in the original codified ordinances, some fees had to go to Board of Control for approval, some fees were set by ordinance, and when we came to the Municipal Services and Properties Committee the first time, council said that they wanted to have those fees in the ordinance, so that council has ability to make those changes. So that amendment has a lot of fees in there, and I believe fee changes in there, and I believe earlier today, Brooke had forwarded to all council members a spreadsheet that shows the comparison of fees.
Okay. All right, you want to add anything, or the colleagues?
To the chair, to the committee, yes, we've had the opportunity to present with MSP, meet with Councilman Bishop as well to review the ordinance, and we'd like to provide you with that same opportunity to have an overview of what this ordinance covers. We did prepare a PowerPoint that our Section Chief, Rob Knopf, will present, and it discusses all of the changes that are included into this current ordinance.
We set up?
Yes.
Yeah,
She's pulling it up now.
to tell her that we had the PowerPoint. It was this morning, too.
She's pulling it up, okay. If everybody could hold on for 1 second with the radio silence, she's just pulling up the PowerPoint for them real quick.
And Chairman, while she's pulling that up, it'll be in the PowerPoint, but I wanted to highlight that one of the things that council has been asking us for is to allow a third party to pay a resident's share of the 50/50 sidewalk program, whether that's city council, a church, a neighborhood group. And so one of the changes that's embedded in this ordinance is to have someone besides the resident be able to pay their share of the 50/50 program.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. So as we're going to do, we're going to do a quick summary of the ordinance 114123 with the right-of-way ordinance updates. Why the need for these updates? One, none of these ordinances have been updated in the last 20 to 30 years since essentially they were originally created. Director of Public Service was also in most of the ordinances, so we're changing that to the Director of Capital Projects. And we also added in here about the right-of-way contract and registration. The current ordinances are not aligned with any current federal guidelines of PROAG, which is the Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines. There are also a lot of things that are performed in practice but not in the ordinance, such as sidewalk materials. The current sidewalk materials are only allowed to be concrete and slate, which, as you know, as you drive around the city, we have brick pavers, we have asphalt or other materials. So that's been modified. And also the permit fee set by the Board of Control for all permits previously as a uniform practice, and now it's going to be set with council. First section with section 411, the street obstruction permit. Currently, the obstruction permit is the street opening permit. And what we're going to be doing is separating the street obstruction permit from the excavation permit. We found that this was particularly useful because most of the permits that we get are just obstruction, dealing with obstructing either a lane or the entire road, or for block parties, buses, etc. And so just make this a lot easier for our applicants. We're also removing exemptions. There is a conflict in the current ordinances, and we're removing the exemptions for parades and special events where they do need to have the street opening permit. And the reason why we need this is because the Bureau of Police Traffic needs to be able to go and look. Our obstruction permit is the only way for them to go and review the maintenance of traffic and how they're going to do their security. That's not possible any other way except for via the street obstruction permit. Permit for overweight and oversized vehicles. Currently, the city is supposed to, under our current ordinance, the city is supposed to provide the route. Under ORC, the applicant's actually supposed to provide the route and the city verifies. So that's been adjusted within the current ordinances, or with the proposed ordinances. The street opening permit right-of-way registration costs. We're creating this right-of-way contractor registration. Currently, the contractor registration goes through building and housing. And the problem with that we end up having with that is the fact that there could be a contractor that's a very good contractor for doing basements, let's say, but they are not qualified at all to be performing work in the right-of-way, either during sidewalks or road work. So we're doing this right-of-way contractor registration that gives us the authority to remove contractors who violate ordinances and enforce penalties on them, and remove their ability to work in the right-of-way if need be. We're also having the city to perform and bill work that was neglected by a right-of-way contractor, the authorization to actually issue stop work orders, and authorization to revoke and suspend an issued street opening permit, which we weren't really allowed to do previously. Sidewalk construction, section 505, we're defining exactly what a sidewalk and tree lawn are, since there's kind of conflicts in the current definitions. We're adopting PRORAG, the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines. Currently, our ordinances are not compliant with federal law. We do allow now different construction materials based on the approval of the city engineer. We also have the authority to remove a curb cut not leading to a place of parking. Previously, we did not actually have that authority to do. We now actually are putting that authority in there, and we're addressing compliance issues in terms of major construction, meeting sidewalk, curb, and apron compliance, and also maintenance criteria for curbs are being defined. Previously, the property owner had maintenance responsibility for curbs, but that maintenance responsibility was not actually indicated in terms of specifically what they had to do. The sidewalk construction 505, again, the 50/50 sidewalk repair program is now being renamed to the non-compliant sidewalk repair program, which includes certain commercial businesses to align ourselves with the businesses that are allowed with the storefront renovation program, and also including churches. And that was at the request of various council members. Also, the residential portion of it is going, or the portion of the property owner can be paid by another entity or person, and it also goes and allows for the city to pay more than 50%. So as needed. Authority to work on the sidewalk, curb, or apron, and to bill the property owner has also been included within our ordinances, and require a street opening permit for all sidewalk work. We're moving the existing sidewalk permit. The sidewalk permit, as we have it right now in the ordinances, hasn't actually been being used for the last 4 or 5 years. And so we're just removing that, making everything as part of the street opening permit, and just having 2 different fees called the right-of-way excavation for streets and right-of-way excavation for sidewalks. Thank you. And thank you.
All right. Any follow-ups, Director?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'll say is that this is pretty detailed work. We've been working on it for quite some time, and as mentioned, we've worked with our Chairman Bishop and Councilman Starr to kind of get it to the point where we can bring it through the committees.
Okay. Councilman Bishop, this was heard in your committee with MSP. Did you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we fully vetted this over the last couple of years, and we recommend it for passage.
All right. All right. Any other questions? Councilman Kerry McCormick, and then Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I'm curious on the curb cut. What is a area of parking? How do we define that? Let me just give context. In my ward, we have a lot of homes that don't have garages, but they might have a little parking pad that's 100 years old or whatever, or something like that. So what does an area of parking mean?
Yeah, Chair to Council. The area parking, under the current code, you're allowed to park in the back of the house. So you're not allowed to park in the front of the house without a tree lawn parking permit, which we do have. And you're not allowed to park on the side of the house. So unless you end up having an area behind the house to park, whether it's just a concrete pad or a garage or something like that, then you're not supposed to end up going and having an apron at that point, because you do not have a legal space to go and park.
Okay, thank you. Is that where you park your car that's in our code, I assume?
That's Chairman to Council, that's actually in the, I believe it's in the zoning code.
Okay, so I guess one of the challenges here that I think as a city we need to think about is electric vehicles, in the sense that, so for example, I had a resident in Ohio City who they had an existing parking pad in the front of the home. They wanted to renovate it because they had an electric vehicle to park it. It was actually on the side of the home, so it wasn't in the front. And they were told by the city you'd have to build out an entire driveway, eating their whole backyard up, and build a $30,000 garage back there in order to charge your vehicle legally. Doesn't seem to make sense to anybody. So I guess I'm raising the question of, I think we need to think more about how people are going to be utilizing cars, charging their vehicles. That resident ended up just completely not doing the project because they didn't want to lose their whole backyard to concrete, which is also terrible for the environment, water runoff, against any ORSD's recommendations, all that kind of stuff. So I guess I'm just really curious, and I don't think that's necessarily in the context of this ordinance, but it applies to it in some ways. If we have a collective conversation at the city about the future of vehicles, I understand that curb cuts are not ideal for walkability in a sense, but as folks get more and more into electric vehicles, how do we accommodate that without telling them they have to eat their whole backyard and have to build a $30,000 garage? So I don't know if we're thinking about that or how we're...
Chairman of the Council, that's something I can end up bringing up with zoning. Like I said, it is a zoning issue. They're the ones who have the zoning code in terms of where you're allowed to park. We're right away. So the main essence for this, for the curb cut, is because a lot of times if you end up having a property that has, that's maybe has the house has been demolished and there's an existing curb cut, we are now with this be allowed to go and get rid of the curb cut and everything to go and help eliminate possible dumping on the property. That's the primary purpose for this, is that if there's, essentially with the demolishing, or if there's a location that has multiple curb cuts and they're not utilizing them anymore to get rid of them.
Thank you. So chair to the team, I'm not going to get 100 phone calls out of Ohio City and Tremont that the city's ripping their curb cuts out because they don't have because these homes are 150 years old. They don't have the historic, or they don't have the modern kind of driveway garage setup because they were all built, before cars were the primary transportation. So, so it's not the city's intent on the record to go around the neighborhood and tear out people's stuff. I don't think we have the money to do that anyway, but.
We don't have this.
Yeah, or the staff, And then Chair, another question I have too is on enforcement, and I guess an existing piece and then in the right of way, just drove down it the other day. Brand new street in my ward, looks beautiful. City did a great job. There's development going on there, and they did a little tiny little cut out of it, which I believe is illegal because it's a
moratorium street.
Yeah, so I can turn those in. The commissioner is like the most responsive human being in this building. But when we permit obstruction permits, let's say for a development project, do we check on those? How does that work?
Chairman of the Council, one of I'm not sure if you're familiar with, there's a new system going on for building permitting that's been going on with the Baker Tilly that happened last year. And with part of the upgrades that we're having with the permitting system, we are going to be having it where We end up utilizing the GIS to go, and when someone applies for a permit, we're going to know that it's a moratorium. It's not illegal to do a U-cut on a moratorium, but what it is that there's specific rules and regulations that they have to follow in order to try to go and protect the streets so that it's not going to fall apart quicker than it should have been. So, but with the new system, we're going to be able to know, yes, this is a moratorium street, and that they're going to have to follow the moratorium rules. And it'll assist my inspectors and everything when they go out there, that they will go and force the contractors and developers to follow these rules.
I'm glad to hear that, because again, I will say we work hard to repave streets in the city, only for them, someone to come out there. And the one I'm thinking about has plastic sticking out of it. It looks terrible. So I'm going to turn it in. But I was just thinking more systemically, are we looking at those to make sure that these folks are doing what they're supposed to be doing? Because, you can imagine if you're a resident and your street hasn't been repaved in 30 years and you're so excited it got repaved, and someone puts a big scar in the middle of it and doesn't follow those guidelines. So I'm glad we're thinking about that more systemically. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One is just for the good of the order again. Through our chair, could one of you briefly summarize the 50/50 changes so it really sinks in? I want to make sure I understand the changes to the 50/50 sidewalk repair program.
Chairman to Council. So there's a couple of big ones. One is the fact that the property owner's portion of the payment can be made by a third party now. So that means it could be made if there's a church that wants to pay for their portion of it, that can happen. Okay. If someone else, maybe a council person, wants to go and pay for that, that is going to be allowed to happen. To the amount of the portion of the money can be beyond 50%. Right now, the current ordinance only caps it at 50%. With the proposed ordinance changes, the city can go beyond that. Just in case we have the same issues that we've had recently, where the contractor comes in with very high pricing, the city can then just cap essentially what the residents are going to be able to pay, and then the city can go and pay, whatever extra there is. Those are the two main things, other than we're also going and including root grinding as part of the payment that the city will be part of. So if there's root grinding that has to happen as part of the work, previously the property owner had to go and pay 50% of that. Now the city is actually going to take 100% of that cost. And also if there's like manhole adjustments or something like that, that's just odd things, the city's going to go and do 100% of those costs. So. And yes, and also we're going to be allowing certain commercial businesses based on the storefront renovation. We're going to be utilizing their criteria, but also include churches also with that to be eligible for the 50/50 program. And we're also changing the name to the non-compliant sidewalk repair program.
Okay, so it will no longer be known as the 50/50 program. It will be the non-compliant sidewalk repair program. Yes. Okay. We'll look forward to the official unveiling of the new. Thank you for those explanations, and I think your explanation leads to my next question, because you mentioned root grinding. I wanted, through the chair, to ask about allow different construction materials. I know that in Councilman McCormick's ward, there was a bit of a pilot, if we want to call it that, to use kind of a flexible asphalt, flexipave, I don't know exactly what it's called, to protect, to prevent root grinding, to prevent any damage to tree roots that could cause irreparable harm to the tree. Does this allow different construction materials, create the conditions for the city to deploy such types of flexi-pave or tree-friendly sidewalk material going forward?
Chair of the Council, yes, we're now under the approval of the city engineer. Any materials, there's going to be various materials that are going to be allowed now. So, like I said, previously it was only concrete or slate, and that was all that was actually allowed. So now, with the city, who's Rick Satowski, whenever there's any other materials that someone might want to go and move forward and try to use, he goes and gets the approval of that, and then we can end up utilizing those other materials.
Okay, great. And then just for the good of the order, closing comment through the chair, which is the words root grinding make me very nervous because in general, harm can be done to mature trees. I would hope that this is somehow in coordination with urban forestry. There's an arborist involved in inspecting a non-compliant sidewalk repair program candidate before any action is taken on a tree root system.
Chairman of the Council, yeah, it's all throughout the actual construction of the program. Urban forestry is kept in the loop with everything, and one of their arborists is out on site whenever any of the root grinding is actually performed, to make sure that we don't have any excessive damage to any of the trees.
All right, thank you, Councilman Joseph Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just thank the administration for taking the time. I know there's been some time, and I want to thank our chairman, Kevin Bishop, who has worked really hard with you all to update something that has been out of date for 30 years. So it's good to see that we're doing that. I want to focus on 3 areas, if I may, Mr. Chairman. The first area that I'd like to focus on, you talked about permits and cost. Do we have cost fees and permits that have been increased? Are we looking at that as well? And if you do have that, do you have that material that's available so that I could go through it?
Chairman of the Council, one of the items that we end up going and sending to, I believe that the chairman or to council, was a spreadsheet that goes and shows all of the fees that are being adjusted and what the previous fee was and what the new fee was going to be.
I know that they were sent out today. Do you have anything that you can give me right now so I can just peruse through it really quickly while I go into the second and third questions? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the second question, which is a really good concern for me in the past, is dealing with contractors. Contractors who are doing outside work for the city, for an example, and I want to say this as an example because I don't want to shed any light or make this company look bad. I think East Ohio Gas Company has done a wonderful job. But companies like East Ohio Gas Companies, AT&T, and other contractors that are, in our right-of-way and they are doing work, how do we deal with those contractors who use or encumber vacant lots of land that could be city-owned land and or private land, and then they put all of their trucks, their vehicles, their materials, and everything like that? How do we deal with that? Will this update here deal with addressing that kind of issue? And even in the sense, Mr. Chairman, we're even having contractors leave material on sidewalks and on tree lawns.
Chairman of the Council, let's answer it partially. In terms of people going and utilizing private property for storage, that's on private property, and we only deal with the public right-of-way, which is property line to property line. With our new right-of-way contractor our proposed right-of-way contractor registration, which is part of this ordinance change, we now go and essentially have a 3-strike limit for any contractors who work in the right-of-way. So that could be a contractor that a resident goes and utilizes to put a sidewalk in. It could be contractors that WPC uses to go and perform their work. It could be contractors that DEO/EGO goes and utilizes to perform their work. So any person, any entity that performs work in the right-of-way needs to be registered with us. And if they end up going and performing any type of work that either goes against our ordinances or do not get a permit or does not go and let our inspectors know that they're working, or anything that happens, they'll get various strikes against them, in which case then they can end up going and being, the Director DeRosa could then go and revoke their registration where they would not be allowed to go and work within the right-of-way for 365 days.
So when we say right-of-way, just give me a clear definition so I can understand what you actually mean. I got an idea, but I need to hear it.
Chairman of the council, property line to property line. So you have the street, you have the tree lawn, as we could say, you have the sidewalk, and then typically approximately 1 foot behind the sidewalk is the property line on both sides. So from property line to property line is our domain that we go and deal with. That is the public right-of-way. Anything that's on private property, so within someone's property line that they end up having, that's private property, and we do not have jurisdiction over that.
I see.
So like, if someone ends up going and storing materials on someone's private property, I can go and let the property owner know about it and everything, yeah, if we know about it, but that's a civil matter that they would end up dealing with that. Or if it's like a city property, like then we would end up going and utilizing, we'd end up telling the Department of Public Works, who ends up going and having jurisdiction over those properties, and tell them, hey, these people are going and storing materials on them. You can, go and deal with them.
I see. Now, the next question, which is the third question I wanted to ask you about, which is an issue as well. We have a lot of investors that are coming into the city of Cleveland and purchasing up as many houses as they possibly can. And when they come in, they do trash outs. So they have these big 40-footer containers, and sometimes they can't get that container all the way in the driveway. So the container hangs out in the apron or the sidewalk of that. How do we handle situations like that? That's one part of it. The second part of that is, do we have the capacity, because in some instances, these containers are so large, to try to bring them in, to put them in the actual yard itself, will be doing damage to the property because of overhead wires. In addition to those containers, when you put them on the front of those properties, they damage up the front of the yard pretty bad. So is there any kind of leeway here that would allow them to drop a container on the street in front of the house? So those are the two questions. If you want me to ask the questions again, I can.
Okay. Chairman of the council, first of all, if the dumpster is overreaching into the right of way, then they need a permit from my department, and that permit would be a street obstruction permit for dumpsters. In which case, if we end up going and depending on how long it's going to be there for, if it's just going to be there for like a weekend or something like that, where people could just go across the street and it's a small residential street, we might allow that. Typically, though, we'd end up going and trying to have them go and put that dumpster in the on the curb lane of that street, and that dumpster would end up having to be on wherever there's allowed to be parking. So if there's hydrants on that side, then they have to put it on the opposite side of the street, because we wouldn't allow the dumpster there where a hydrant is. But that would be all dealt with our street obstruction permit. And like I said, if we end up going in with our new construction permitting system that's going to be happening, my section's going to know every single time that it should know every single time that someone's going to be needing a dumpster. So I'm expecting probably an increase in about 30 to 35% more permits because of this new system. Because anytime that someone's getting rid of a house or doing roofing or doing a siding project, we're going to know about it, and we're going to know that they're going to need someplace to clean it up. And so we're going to go and end up being able to reach out to them and find out exactly where they plan on doing the dumpster, what size of that's going to be, and making sure that it's going to be in the best possible place that's not going to go and mess up the pedestrian access way as much as possible or traffic.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the director. I think it was answered thoroughly. Coming back to the fees, the fees that we have currently here, I see a $65 inspection fee. How does that work, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Chairman to council, what we end up going and doing is we end up going assuming a 1 hour inspection fee and so I end up going and taking what the average cost of one of our inspectors are, including any of the overhead, and I also end up looking at what like with City of Columbus and City of Cincinnati, what they charge for inspections, try to put it a little bit underneath what they were charging and mix the two to go and come up with that number.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, I have further questions, but I don't want to delay the committee. I want to move forward, and I'll talk to the director concerning some of the other questions I have as it relates to fees. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1141-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Thank you. And one last piece of legislation before we go into operational hearings.
I think you have two more.
Two more pieces. Ordinance number 1353-2024 by Council Members McCormick, Bishop, and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance giving consent to the City of Cleveland to the Director of Transportation of the State of Ohio to stabilize the foundation of Tower B of the Detroit Superior Bridge, also known as Veterans Memorial Bridge, and authorizing the agreements. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm going to hand it over to Rick for details, but I wanted to highlight that Tower B is just an aesthetic portion of the bridge, and it has rotated. So ODOT, at their cost, is going to better secure this feature of the bridge in coordination with the Irishtown Bend project. But Rick's going to do just a quick detail on how this works. Engineering.
All right. To the chair, thank you, Director. It's a $550,000 project, which the bill will be footed by ODOT. It'll start sometime September, October, and continue into March, April of the following year. Basically, as Director noted, this tower is aesthetic. It's just there to look pretty, and it's sinking and rotating. What they'll do is drill 2 shafts alongside the foundation, stub out the foundation, connect it to the drilled shafts. It'll stabilize, called underpinning. It'll stabilize that tower so it doesn't move anymore. So that's a quick, simple job.
Thank you. All right, this was heard in Municipal Services. Councilman Bishop.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we heard that this morning in Municipal Services and fully support this piece.
Thank you. Councilman McCormick, this is in the area that you serve.
Move for approval, sir.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1353-2024 stands approved. Ms. Jimenez, could you please let a couple of the council members know, Conwell, that we need his presence? All right, next one is ordinance number 99-2025, as amended by council members McCormick, Bishop, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing $3,096,087.79 that has previously been allocated for improvements to the Westside Market to be performed by the city to be reallocated for improvements to the Westside Market contemplated under ordinance number 532-2023 passed May 15, 2023. And this does have an amendment. The amendment says there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, in section 1, at the end, add RQS 0103, RL 2025-12. And this was dated 1/24/25 by Kevin Roberts, Assistant Chief Assistant Director of Law. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so I apologize to Inez, but we're going to pull up a PowerPoint, and it's just a few slides, but Jessica Trifasano from the Mayor's Office is going to present. And to my right is Mark Julik, the Manager of Architecture and Site Development, to help answer any questions we might have.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to get started. Jessica Trivasano, Senior Advisor for Major Projects. We are coming to you with this legislation today that does not ask for any new money for Westside Market. It is simply a request to adjust how the money is spent. So there are just over $3 million in unallocated bond funds left over from other projects that we would like to capture in the broader Westside Market capital package. So you'll remember Council very generously approved $20 million for the Westside Market. The nonprofit that's been operating the Westside Market has been able to leverage that investment along with tax credits, corporate sponsorships, philanthropic donations, and they are about to embark on a $50 million capital project. So that's incredible that we're able to take $20 million of city money and get $50 million worth of projects out of those dollars. This just allows the $3 million left over from bond funds to be part of that broader package, which really has the benefit of creating project efficiencies, timeline efficiencies, preserving city staff time, and also allows the nonprofit to leverage that city's $3 million for another $1.1 million in tax credits. So I can run through here. This is, I'll go back to this page, but this shows where those funds are, where they were initially allocated towards. And then this is the phase 1 for capital improvements for Westside Market. So it includes the basement, the East Arcade, or the Produce Arcade, a connector between the North Arcade and Market Hall, some initial building envelope repairs, including the roof and smokestack, and then design and soft costs for the entire project.
Okay. Is that all the slides?
That's right.
All right. I just have to say this. We've dedicated a lot of money in city council, and all of us have. I've been a little disappointed at the private sector and some of the nonprofit and other governmental entities that I don't think have really tried to invest or show us that they have just as much of a commitment as we have. I'll leave it at that, but everybody always relies on council to come through, and everybody went and gave all of us a hard time about why of our lack of commitment, but all these other entities gave very little support. And I just want to publicly say that because I was really disappointed with some of, even though I'm happy that Key and others gave some contributions, I just thought that the private and philanthropic sector would do more to step up, and as well as some other governmental entities. And I've expressed my frustration to the Westside Market leadership and others. That is one thing to rely on us, but also other people need to step up if this jewel of our city means that much to everybody. So the whole city's on notice. I just want to make that clear. All right. Councilman Bishop, you heard this in municipal services?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we vetted that this morning. We approved it for passage.
Thank you. Councilman McCormick, this is in Ward 3.
Thank you, Chair. Full support for this ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jasmine Santana.
Thank you, Council President. Council President Drew, hi, how are you? All the great work that you do, thank you for that. So you said it's not additional dollars, but it's a separate fund, isn't it? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused about that. Jessica.
Yeah, to the councilwoman through the chair, it's no additional dollars because these were dollars you can see in the chart that were part of previous bond allocations.
Mm-hmm.
The fund is just to kind of swap where those dollars, which account those funds live in.
Mm-hmm.
No new
No
allocation.
addition. Okay,
no.
got it. That makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Seeing Councilman Joseph Jones, remember we do have a whole department that we are trying to do operational hearings, but Councilman Joseph.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. I will be brief. This is a significant topic for me as well because I've commented about it in the past and the importance of making an investment into an asset in our city. one that has been here for quite some time. You do, Mr. Chairman, bring up an excellent point, and which leads me to this question, right? Having skin in the game. We have a number of investors that said they would invest in helping and assisting in this. I'd like to know where that amount is. We have vendors who have been longtime vendors in the marketplace. All the updates that we are talking about will absolutely benefit them. So it's important to know how that's coming along, and what do you have any information to provide concerning that? And it is called Skin in the Game.
Yeah, to the councilman through the chair, we did talk at MSP this morning about wanting to bring the nonprofit to council to do a general update for you all, and I think that would be a good time to kind of go through all of the fundraising they've done, the capital plan, the programming, et cetera. A couple big ones that were announced recently, Key Bank is doing a $1.5 million contribution to Westside Market. 1.5 million. And then the Gun Foundation, I want to say is 3.6 million, was donated to Westside Market. And then we are planning to close on tax credits for Westside Market at the end of next month. That will result in over $10 million additional invested in Westside Market. And we'll be able to talk more about where those dollars are coming from once we get closer to closing. But agreed that we owe an update to council to kind of give a general what's going on with all the fundraising.
And Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Trevisano, I just want to say thank you for always being candid, always being honest, always being upfront, and being very professional, as we have talked about not only this subject matter, but several subject matters in the past. And I really appreciate the fact that when you come to the table, I can always believe what you have to say to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman.
Thank you. All right. Seeing, I think, the Councilman McCormick, did you? Okay, that's everybody. So seeing no other questions, ordinance number 99-2025 as amended stands approved. All right. You guys can be excused. Thank you, guys. We're going to bring up the departments. Remember, we're doing operational reviews. I will tell everyone that we do not have to have a quorum for this, so I know that we got a couple of members, and my sincere apologies. The flu bug is running around, so we have a lot of council members that are absent today. But please proceed with the operational. So we're going to start out, if we could, in this order. Mayor's office first, and then Department of Finance, Department of Law, then Innovation and Technology. And remember, these are operational review hearings. You good. These are operational review hearings. For tonight, make sure you let Pat know if that's the case, because I think I'm already down to 14. All right, operational review hearings. So this is really to hear about the operations of the department. And remember, this helps us make decisions about what adjustments or reconciliation items that we think we would like to see in the future. So we have Finance Director Barrett that's here with Barnett that's here with us today, and then also the Comptroller, Mr. Gentile. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And normally the Chief of Staff would be here, but he's enjoying some much-needed time with his newborn baby girl. So we'll be covering for him today. So the Mayor's office, if we can flip to the, is this the, okay. All right, so this is kind of a textbook definition of what the Mayor's office does, but essentially, the Mayor is the CEO responsible for the general welfare of the city. His office is primarily responsible for providing services, ensuring the enforcement of laws, developing policy, supervising projects, and the oversight of the city's finances. All of this can be broken down into three core areas: government affairs, communications, and special projects and strategic priorities. So we'll dive a little deeper into what each of these areas of the Mayor's office does. So government affairs, you can read the bullets for yourself, essentially coordinates with federal, state, and county agencies and leads lobbying efforts to get things done at the federal and local level. Also responsible for running the Emergency Operations Center in the event of a natural disaster or other emergency. Communications, somewhat self-explanatory, responsible for internal and external communications, public-facing, media-facing, as well as employees. And Also maintains the social media presence online. Also, communications is responsible for spreading the message of the administration. Special projects and strategic priorities. So big win working alongside council over the last few years. The city's been able to spend $511 million in ARPA funds. It's fully allocated, which means that nothing will need to go back to Treasury, which is a big win. The rest of these projects, the general theme with them this year, and you'll see in the budget as well, is to spur interconnectivity along with economic growth and development throughout the city, while also, promoting public safety and culture as well. So I want to talk about a few wins in the 2024 year in review. So we'll start with government affairs. So big win was securing $150 million for the North Coast Connector project. Also appointed and sat the city's first Fair Employment Wage Board. So this board is a 7-member board consisting of local labor leaders, local small business owners, a council member, and appointee by the mayor. And their duty is to oversee Cleveland's wage theft law, which bars the city from doing business with companies found to be shortchanging workers' pay. So very important role. A board that was set up in 2001, but was not fully instituted until the mayor and the administration did so in 2024, and now this is fully staffed. Also, a big win was the advocacy to prevent the rental registry from being revoked. So this is a fee that comes to the city for anyone that rents a room or a dwelling unit. It totals about $5.2 million a year. The situation here was there was a bill at the state level that would have barred cities from charging for the rental registration. The team, the government affairs team, advocated in Columbus for the benefit that this brought and the revenue it brings to our city. So the rental registration is a critical part of the residents' first legislative package passed by council and alongside building and housing. So big win there. Also sister cities, we've added 3 for a total of 27 now. These include Cape Town, South Africa, city in Rwanda, and Ghana as well. So the primary benefit of these sister cities is to promote mutual benefits in significant areas, including business development, port operations, and cultural relations. Also, the CPC developed and implemented a new process for nominations to the Community Police Commission. And this was received several applications for existing vacancies. The applicants were rigorously evaluated with input from the community stakeholders to determine the strongest candidates and move forward with interviews. All candidate interviews, for the sake of transparency, were live streamed and recorded, and the selection advisory panel made final recommendations to the mayor, who sent his nominations to city council. So moving on to some communication wins as well. So the city currently, coordinated with several events, including Solar Eclipse Weekend, Final Four, Pan American Games, and the Rock Hall inductions. Also manages the city's social media accounts. So we have 4 social media accounts: Instagram, Twitter, Meta, formerly Facebook, and LinkedIn. Altogether, we have over 250,000 followers. The administration, the communications team, also spearheaded completed the first rebrand of TV 20 in more than 20 years. Also, there was a focus on community service and servicing the community, any kind of complaints or comments. So the mayor's office phone line is now always staffed by an office receptionist who will answer questions or point residents to the correct person in the office or the city to address their concern. There's also a Mayor Bibb email address that is managed by the communications team to answer inquiries. 311 is also now the city's front door for service requests, and they have the ability to track a request's progress and resolution, And we have resident support specialists in 311 whose entire job is to be on the line for our residents whenever they call. We also have after-hours 311 call takers. So if anyone calls after hours, it's through the United Way who are on the line, and that's also on weekends and holidays. So moving on to some special projects, highlights, and wins. So we were able to recover from a serious June cyber attack in only 11 days. So also credit to the IT group of the city. Strategic plan is well underway. Every initiative that was slated to begin in 2024 is in progress or has been completed. So some of the items that have been completed by the mayor's office include the open data portal creation, the Public Works reorg, which created the Parks and Rec department, as well as the IT reorg, removing that from finance into a standalone department. Also, we have moved forward with, and this isn't on the slide, contract digitalization. So we've moved to a DocuSign and are attempting to move as many of our contracts as possible to that format to avoid the waste of paper and the bureaucracy involved in that. Also, the intranet, which would be internal to city employees, is scheduled to launch in the first quarter of this year. And the finance department has been successful in reducing the amount of city bank accounts that we have, and we continue to spearhead that. Huge win. Home for Every Neighbor was able to house 120 people as of February 3rd, 2025, which was 100 before year-end 2024. So that continues to build momentum. And also, the administration was able to convince Huntington Bank to keep a branch open in a community where they had threatened to close due to crime and other concerns, but working with public safety and local activists, we were able to convince the bank to keep that branch open. And that was the only bank for that community. So that was, again, another big win. So these are our positions in the mayor's office. So you'll notice that there is a decrease in the number of part-time employees. Those positions were difficult to fill. So instead of having 4 part-time employees, we'll now have 1 in the mayor's office. And that will result in a partial increase in the number of full-time employees, which are, positions that are easier to fill. And as part of those full-time employee increases were a couple of employees that we had that were funded by grants that will now become full-time. And we also have hired someone in the mayor's office dedicated heavily to communications and relationships with city council. So that person, I believe, has started this week. Final slide is just the org chart for the mayor's office. Anything in green are positions that are funded by different departments or outside entities. Everything else is directly related to the mayor's office. And with that, that is our update.
All right, we're gonna go into a line of questioning, but I'll just start out with communication. And Director, no disrespect, I just want to make sure that I state this, but it wasn't just an administrative function. A lot of the things that you mentioned were a lot of council functions. When you're talking about Huntington Bank and some of those things, Councilwoman Gray and myself had just as much to do with as possible, which starts out around communications. And there's some things that we have had throughout the years that we continue to say needs to be joint communications, or it needs to be some kind of way that actually is not just look like everything is coming from the mayor's side. I would tell you it's even some external boards that have had some of that frustration. So I'll just start out with us starting to think through how do we have communication, because as much as the mayor can get kudos for all the things he want to do, none of those things will happen unless council passes legislation. unless council actually puts forth the dollars and they allocate the dollars for some of these things to happen. So I'm going to start off just by saying that we have to do a better job of trying to make sure that we share credit on some of these issues, and that even though, like I said, he's an elected official, just like 17 of us, but we had to actually share some of these wins together. And that is not just coming from the mayor. So I just want to make sure, as we think through communications, it should never be that just like the mayor did it. Is City Hall and City Council played a role too.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair to the committee, we greatly appreciate the partnership with City Council and look to further those communications. And absolutely, we appreciate the joint efforts in just getting things done for the city.
Thank you. Travel. We always have a conversation about travel. I know that that's more so that's going to be a budgetary line item, but how do you determine and how are you making decisions around travel? And once again, is the mayor's detail included in this budget or is it included in the safety budget?
To the chair, the safety details paid out of the safety's budget. They're green on the chart, so that comes out of those officers are paid out of the public safety. As far as travel, we take a look at what we've done in the past and then what they plan on doing in the future, and then we budget it. This year's travel is pretty consistent with last year's in the budget for the mayor's office, so it's fairly consistent year over year. So we just take a look and see what the mayor plans on doing this year as far as travel.
Okay, I know that that's something that council members always have some questions about, and making sure that we have a good understanding of how that looks and how that goes, and have conversations around that. Mayor's office, any other questions?
Yeah. I got mixed
I
in
have Councilman Conwell and then Councilman Chris Harsh.
This 311, Councilmember Zach Reed and I legislated that in 2003, and I'm glad that you guys picked up on it to push it through. But sometimes your office act like it was just you that did 311. And matter of fact, I even added in reverse 911 with the 311. It was a dual communication information system, reverse 911 and 311. You can go look at the record. It was legislated in 2003, but it's like the council president said, and that's your institutional knowledge. I look at it, but people don't know that because you got to write the policy and the legislation. Matter of fact, I brought it in from National League of Cities, as well as reverse 911. So it was Councilmember Zach Reed and I, and it's on your legislation, Council President. So I listened to you guys say 311. I said, oh, well, it is what it is, man. But it was legislated back there. But I'm glad you guys picked it up with ARPA money to put together the implementation of it. So I'm very, very happy for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I cannot tell you what else. Thank you. Councilman Christopher Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to ask these questions. I looked through this earlier this weekend, and a couple of things in here popped up, and I was generally curious. I'm just going to go in the order that you listed them in the presentation. But I think the primary concern, the $130 million in U.S. Department of Transportation grants for the North Coast Connector. Through the chair, do we have any indication or belief that those are secured funds and not going to be withheld by the new administration?
Yeah, through the chair, the council person. Initially we saw like they were going to freeze the grants. Now that's been lifted. So right now, we do believe that these will come in. There's no indication, from Washington that these will be in jeopardy right now.
Okay. So through the chair, are these what we consider signed deals where there is no more negotiation left to do, and this is money that is owed, this is money that is contracted to the city of Cleveland, like the ink is dry, or are these still in the process?
Through the chair, the council person, because we have not received the funding yet physically, the feds do have some latitude to pull these back if they choose to do so. Again, we don't expect that these will be sent back. These will be called back. Again, there was initial freeze. That's kind of been canceled. Right now, all of our federal programs that we were awarded, the city plans on getting. There's no indication that we won't get these funds.
I bring it up because, as we all know, our new president is famous for lying and saying things and then not doing them, and is threatening to do just that as president. to just completely ignore negotiated contracts and agreements. It's sort of like his calling card. So I'm just would like to encourage the administration through the chair as much as possible to do what we can to secure funds and get those transferred while we have the opportunity, because I don't think we're going to have many more opportunities in the next couple of years. The next question I had was about the sister cities. I've always been curious, and this is just sort of academic for me. It's really cool. It's a great exercise in civics and whatnot. But what are the reasons for doing sister cities, and what does Cleveland gain out of setting these up? Like, I pretend I'm a what is it, 5-year-old or 5th grader? What's the movie reference? You know.
Through the chair to the councilman, it's really about collaboration. It's about the exchange of ideas and cultures. It's the biggest thing, and exchanging ideas as well. So that's the fundamental purpose behind the sister cities.
So it's just kind of cool and fun through the chair. Okay, that's fine. More substantial through the chair. You said that one of your accomplishments was a new process for Cleveland Police Committee nominations. Through the chair, could you describe the new nomination process that you helped oversee, and what is new about it?
I'm not sure.
It was page.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 4, developed and implemented a new process for nominations to the Community Police Commission. Could you just take a moment to let me know what that new process is?
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, so the nomination process through the chair was about filling the vacancies that currently existed, and they were evaluated and selected by the advisory panel. So,
So through the chair, what part of that is new?
Through the chair of the council person, I think they were live streamed now, so people, it was more transparent. Everyone could kind of see these panel interviews.
Okay, was there a new process for nominations or just a new presentation of the nomination process?
I think it was more the presentation of the of the candidates.
All right. The next thing I wanted to ask about regards to the cyber attack through the chair. I have to say one of the most enlightening meetings I had with the administration this year was regarding the cyber attack. And as much as it might not make me comfortable to say so, I do think we need to acknowledge Governor DeWine's role in establishing the statewide response team that came to Cleveland's rescue. I was very, very shocked, fascinated, and happy to find out that it's basically akin to a volunteer fire department for cyber threats, where they did not rely on the private sector. The state of Ohio did not go to the highest bidder, the lowest bidder, and say, get us out of this jam for how much money. They instead relied on Ohio residents and Ohio citizens who have a care and concern for the functioning of our government, and brought in people who had pre-existing relationships with their employers. This was a program that Governor DeWine put into place some years ago, quite, at least more than 5 or 6, I think, and it really bailed us out during that very tense time. And I want to acknowledge the good work of elected government leaders when they do good work, and this was certainly one that I just wanted to share with the public. I was very pleased by that. So that's just a moment of privilege. Through the chair to the gentleman, the Land the Vote effort, 350 people reached. Could you tell me a little bit about Land the Vote? I'm not familiar with this program, and I'm curious how any program run by the administration could only reach 350 people. This is page 6, about halfway down. Reach 350 residents and employees.
yeah, so
voting
through the chair to the councilman, this was a voter engagement event that was in the rotunda. That's where the 350 came from.
Right. So through the chair of the council person, we're trying to get people registered that weren't previously registered. So there was an event in the rotunda that helped them register to vote.
Okay, well, I don't want to point out the obvious, but if you're trying to register the unregistered, the rotunda at City Hall is probably the worst place to do it. Unregistered voters don't tend to hang out in the rotunda of City Hall.
Through the chair to the councilman, also voter registration resources were provided to them as well.
That's cool. Last one, and I appreciate it, gentlemen. I know these aren't programs that you necessarily run. So the Home for Every Neighbor program sounds like it's doing really, really well. And I think the people that are involved in that deserve some kudos. Housing 100 previously unhoused individuals is a noble achievement. My question is going to be, can we ensure follow-up to track how many of those 100 individuals remain housed, and what the overall takeaways from engaging in that process are, so that we can get an update on that. There's always been a concern that a program like that could be sort of break the bank activist strategy of go ahead and put more people in tents. If that's how you get them housed for free, just line them up with tents on Superior and keep going till the city's out of money, right? I'd like to know how many of those individuals stayed housed, if we can get that information.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, we'd be happy to do that, and we're continuously following up to make sure that these folks stay housed.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding the mayor's office? Councilwoman Jasmine Santana.
Very brief. Thank you, President. To the chair, to Chief, Director, Chief, okay. Just reviewing the communications section. We have internal communications, residents communication. I'm curious to know, and I know there's been a gap within like translation of in the budget. I'm not sure if that's an additional budget that we need to request or that the mayor's working on, but most of our communication is not translated, right? And it doesn't represent the residents of our city of Cleveland. I'm curious to know what the plan is for communications where we could kind of diversify the language.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilwoman, I mean, that's a great idea. Obviously, we have a diverse community here to look at, translation into, especially with the budget. I will say that finance, obviously I was not here, but finance did do 6 public, town halls essentially to explain the budget with a diverse group, diverse audience. And we look forward to doing more of that. That's actually up from previous years.
So, I mean, and I know we've talked about this previously, G, right? Like, what is the plan? Because I keep hearing, it's a good idea, but what is the plan? Is there going to be a budget in place to ensure that all of our communication is translated, and not just only Spanish, right? Like, I know that it's a little bit more complicated in the Asian community that Councilwoman House represents, but, we have the Arabic community. I don't know, our city is so diverse, and I get frustrated that our communication doesn't represent the diversity that exists here in Cleveland.
Yeah, through the chair of the council person, it's definitely important. I think the communications office is going down that road to try to get translations in all these areas. So we'll take that back and we'll make sure we focus on it in this year's budget with what we have budgeted.
Got it. And we have some great groups that are, some organizations that are from the city of Cleveland that could do this work. Like I often hear that Latinos within different organizations with the city of Cleveland are translating their own material or are serving as interpreters, which is just not okay. But just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last question before we move on to Department of Finance. You have a head count of 3 more people this year. What are those 3 more people needed for in the mayor's office?
So through the chair or to the chair, we are eliminating 3 part-time positions, and that'll roll into an additional position. There is a new position that will is specific to communications with council and improving relationships with council and discussions. And the last one is an individual that was funded by a grant that will be hired on as a full-time employee.
Yeah, through the chair. We had 3 part-time people in the mayor's office. It was very hard to fill those, so they kept kind of rotating in and out. So now, instead of having 3 additional part-times, there's going to be 3 special assistants to the mayor. So it's not the executive level. It's more the lower level job in the mayor's office, or medium range job. So they're just shifting 3 part-times to 3 full-times. And they'll be doing, special projects. One is the communication. One is one that we're bringing on from a grant to our budget. And I'm not sure what the third one is right now.
How much more money does that represent, Mr. Director?
Through the chair of the council person, to the chair, it's around probably $20,000 with benefits in addition for each.
So by moving 3 people from part-time
Each
to
person.
full-time is another 60,000 or
Plus,
so. Per.
yes, plus benefits.
They're asking for another increase of 60,000 or so. Why don't you have an infrastructure that can handle a lot of that now? Why do we need other bodies to handle those special committees?
To the chair, there have been, like I said, some items like communication with council that we feel like we can do better with, and having those additional employees will assist with that, and we think that that's important and worth the extra cost.
Well, Mr. Titron, if you could you make sure you put that as a note for us to discuss in reconciliation? I can think of a lot of other things that we might need to invest that $60,000 or $100,000 in that we need to think through. So that may be a discussion point to really understand why we need to expand that. You know, they have a council president on this side of the table that tries to be fiscally, you know, prudent. So I'm hoping that that side of the table was also looking at being very fiscally prudent. And it may not seem like a lot of money, but just adding on another 60 or 70 or 80,000 are things that could go to a rec center, a lifeguard, somebody like that, and really making sure that we deal with that. Okay?
Sure.
Because there's a lot of positions that we don't actually, even though we budgeted for, and we were looking in the past, which is give me some kind of pause, and looking at the budgetary, looking at past budgets, and this would be something that we'll deal with in other areas of venues. If I look at recreation instructors, for example, looking at past budgets, it was as high as 54. Now it looks like the head count that we have now is about like 34. So if we're continuing to reduce services that are public facing and continuing to add more money into some of, you know, the mayor's operations, then we might need to redirect dollars to looking at some of the dollars for the public facing. That's what these operational hearings are for. So just to let you know, that'll be a discussion point that we'll have, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman House Jones.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on from the mayor's office. Thank you. Director Finance, could you bring up your finance team? And I was just talking to Mr. Titron. We don't have all of the different subdivisions, but if you could bring up all of them and then go down your presentation, how you plan on moving forward. But I know we have like purchasing and supplies. We have accounts. So whoever you need to bring to the table from finance, sinking fund. I don't know what order you want to bring them in, but if you could, please proceed, okay?
All right, to the chair, I was going to give a basic overview of what we do in finance and what each division does, because there's so many functions that we do in finance, and then as needed, if we need to bring up one of the commissioners, we'll do so.
If you could you just have them available so that we could just try to, instead of each one, we might have to move, and some council members may not be able to know who they are.
Bring like 3 or 4 of them up at a time.
So
Thank you.
Kevin will probably need you.
So taxation, purchase and supplies, sinking fund, assessments,
Start with that, and then we'll finish with, what we'll do is we'll do these. and then we'll
accounts.
switch.
So then that way we could just, if there's questions, we could just have anybody ask,
Sure.
okay? Please proceed, Director.
All right, so through the chair to the committee. So finance is actually a combination of 12 separate divisions, and I'm going to do a quick overview of what each one is. The one thing you'll notice is missing is IT, which formerly rolled up under finance, and the administration, in collaboration with the city council, moved that to its own group. So no longer does that report to finance. So that's the biggest change this year. So briefly, just kind of going through what each division does. So the administration is responsible primarily for providing leadership and direction to the other finance divisions. Accounts maintains the city's financial accounting records and facilitates timely payment of city liabilities. So they're very important.
And could you announce who the commissioner for each one of those are?
Sure, Lanya.
Good afternoon, City Council. Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Lanya Moss Walker, and I'm the Commissioner for the Division of Accounts and Payroll.
And the Next division is assessments and licenses with Commissioner Dedrick Stevens.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of council. My name is Dedrick Stevens, and I'm the Commissioner of Assessments and Licenses.
And assessments and licenses regulates licensing and permitting laws, collects excise tax to fund city operations, and promotes fair business practices. Then we have our income tax group, which is headed by Commissioner Kreslin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Kevin Preslin, Income Tax Administrator for the City of Cleveland, as well as the Central Collection Agency, or CCA.
And they're responsible for collecting municipal income tax for the city. Next, we have financial reporting and control.
She's not up here yet.
Ms. Camargo?
Good
And if you want
afternoon.
to do them in waves, you can.
Hi, good afternoon. Leslie Camargo, Financial Reporting and Control.
And through the chair, I just wanted to announce, Leslie's the new controller. I have a different position with the city, so she came back, and so I'm a finance administrator with the director's office, so I'm in 104. She worked for the FRC for 10 years. She was an accountant supervisor for like 5 years, assistant controller for 5 years. She left city employment for like a year, went to a different state, decided to relocate back here, and I thought she was a good choice to take over the controllership, and I moved up to the 104 to the director's office.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
then we'll do the second half after this group.
Okay, and yeah, through the chair, I mean,
Oh, you forgot Ms. Gallagher.
No.
Oh, okay.
yeah, we're,
You
through the
did,
chair.
you did forget one of the other commissioners as well.
Internal Audit, Natasha Brandt, Manager for Internal Audit.
All right.
And then Nicole.
Nicole Gallagher, Budget Administrator for the city.
And
Good afternoon, Tiffany White Johnson, Commissioner of Division of Purchasing and Supplies.
all right, please proceed, Director.
Okay, so financial reporting and control, centralized accounting function for performing financial reconciliations, and maintains the city's accounting software to assure the accuracy of data, so very, very important. I will say, I do want to point out that the city has had 39 straight years.
And I apologize, Director. We didn't mention Ms. Ruby either, did you?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, you're going to wait?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
okay.
kind of moving
I just
down
didn't want her to
divisions.
feel left out.
No.
All right, go ahead, please proceed. All
Yeah,
right, all right, go
so
ahead.
39 straight years of earning the GFOA Certificate for Financial Reporting Excellence for our annual comprehensive financial report, very distinguished, represents a clean audit. So the city has done very well there. The internal audit, Natasha just introduced herself, assists us in planning and conducting financial and administrative audits. Nicole, obviously, working on the budget, doing our budget. She'll be at the retreat, and we'll go through line by line that. We also have printing and reproduction. I believe we have someone from that division. The commissioner is not here today.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hart with the Division of Printing and Reproduction.
Okay.
So printing and reproduction, they produce over 6 million documents and process almost 2 million pieces of mail for 75 entities annually across the city. So impressive. I actually visited them. I would encourage the council, if you're ever walking down the street, to visit the building. It's pretty impressive, the modernization they've done, and they're doing a great job over there. Next, we have purchase and supplies. So Tiffany has already introduced herself. They're responsible for procuring quality commodities at the lowest cost as quickly as possible for the city. And we have risk management. So Commissioner Romero.
Eduardo Romero, Commissioner of Risk Management.
And they're responsible for worker comp claims, risk mitigation strategies across the city, and managing exposure to accidental losses to protect the city's assets. We also have the sinking fund. Commissioner's already been introduced, who's responsible for the issuance and payment of all city debt. And last but not least, our treasurer.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Natalie Banks, the city treasurer.
And she is the custodian of all public money at the city, and they're also responsible for managing the city's investments. So I'll just this is an org chart, self-explanatory. I'll just flip through this. So this is our staffing numbers. So we had 232 budgeted positions in 2024, full-time positions, 164 filled, which is a difference. The majority of this difference is in taxation, and Commissioner Preslin can address this, but many of them, due to the constraints and the testing requirements for some of these positions and just the challenges in getting folks, in these roles, has been a bit of a challenge. We continue to work to fill these vacancies. I don't know, Commissioner Preslin, you want to add anything to that?
To the chair, to the council, yeah, part of it is, a small amount of it relates to the hiring aspect of it, and two, we are set up as an agency fund, so having these vacancies does have any impact on having vacancies elsewhere or additional positions. It gives us the flexibility in case there's changes at the state level. We need to increase workforce, as well as the flexibility, as Chief mentioned, related to hiring in general.
And addressing the part-time employee numbers, also, we had 26 budgeted and only 7 filled. A lot of these were college students or students in general, and as of 12/24, they were back in school, so that was a big part of it. Again, a lot of the vacancies are, with taxation. Wanted to talk a little bit about highlights of this year. So again, especially with the bottom three, the top two, really it's about modernization and changing our processes and making things more efficient. So the Division of Accounts and Purchase and Supplies have done a good job of streamlining our processes and making things faster and easier. We continue to strive to make things better and more user-friendly for both internal and external users. Again, the Division of FRC producing a clean audit, state audit, the 39th year in a row, which is a huge accomplishment for the city. And OBM, special shout out to them for producing the 3rd structurally balanced budget in 3 years. A lot of hard work went into that, a lot of collaboration with council and with the divisions, so we appreciate all of that. And again, to the point that was made during the review of the mayor's office, $511 million of ARPA funds fully allocated so that nothing needs to be returned to the Treasury this year. So some things that we're looking to do in the future, these are aligned with the mayor's strategic plan. Again, we touched on the contract digitalization, so trying to streamline our process, instead of mounds of paper, going to an electronic system, which is a lot easier and quicker and more efficient. Amplifund is a new grants management software we're implementing, so this software actually allows you to go in and find grants that maybe we couldn't find before and more federal funding. Making vendor payments and vendor interaction easier and more streamlined by adding a self-service function. Digital procurement has also been added. As part of the strategic plan, we've reduced the number of city bank accounts. And also a strategic finance unit is going to be created as well. So that is finance.
All right, couple of questions before we go into everybody. Just head counts. Want to make sure that you have enough staffing. With DocuSign, is it necessary to need more bodies because you actually don't need to process as much paper?
Yeah, I mean, to the chair, it definitely makes things more efficient. So instead of having to have people print out paper, it's actually a less intensive process. You can just put it into the system and then it gets passed from approver to approver digitally. So one person signs off, it goes to the next. So it actually eliminates the need for some of the bureaucracy and steps and people to be involved in the process.
What kind of training do you provide the present employees in order to make sure that everybody's up to speed on DocuSign? And
Sure.
where do you usually put that training out in your budget? Is there an increase to make sure that all the employees, because we had one department that was losing money and we wound up moving in a different direction, but comes to find out that they never really received the proper training in order to get up to date with the new technologies?
Yeah, so to the chair, the DocuSign has just recently been implemented. So we are still, putting all that together in terms of, the website. So we do have a website up that our group has put together that has procedures and policies. So we're still building that out. I think the biggest improvement that you'll see is when we get the intranet up. The plan is to, and we've already been working with IT to integrate our finance site and add links so that folks can go in, employees can go in and look at the procedures, be able to go through a manual and be able to do this all self-service and teach themselves. And we also have, our group is always willing to help. So, our lines are open. If anyone needs a walkthrough, we're happy to do that as well. But right now, we're still building it out. We have a website up. And I think you'll see a huge change once we get the intranet up this quarter.
Thank you. Director, there is a huge issue, and this is going to be a question for law as well, with getting contracts and getting payments out the door in a lot of cases. And it's come to my attention and in knowing the system that a lot of times it's at the departmental level. But do you have enough staff and enough people on your team or embedded in each of the departments in order to process these things? Or why is it taking sometimes people 18 months, 2 years, or even longer to get paid? And then they call us, and as always, they blame the council people, but we have processes and issues. Or where is that bottleneck taking place, and do we have enough personnel resources put in place in order to try to expedite that?
Yeah, so to the chair, I think a lot of that, we have started really researching why that's happening. And I think a lot of it is an education issue. And again, that's why we're focused on putting together a website with policies and procedures on how to do this, how to submit an invoice by the divisions. Because we do find that it does take a while for the invoices to get submitted to finance. And so we take that as it's our responsibility to make sure that everybody around the city knows how to do this, and that's the approach we take. And we are also, reviewing all of our processes to see how we can streamline things, better and make it more efficient.
Well, it's costing a tremendous amount of money to a lot of the people doing business with the city of Cleveland because they're not able to get payments, and I'm struggling with telling them where the breakdown is at, other than I know that it's not necessarily, may not be your department, but we might need to train some of these departments to be able to process and get the right information to you guys so that we can get money out the door, because we are struggling with getting money out the door.
Yeah,
Mr. Jensen.
to the chair, a couple other things is we do have online training now. There's videos out there of how to do all these payments. So we're talking to all the departments, divisions, to utilize that training that's out there as a refresher. We are tracking now each department and division and like how long it takes them to get the information into the system. Once it gets into the finance system, it's only in the system about a week before it's paid. So the lag is more getting into the system. So we're actually working on that. We're re-educating people of how to get these in sooner. One of the strategic plan issues was VSS, which is vendor self-service, that purchasing and accounts will be putting in. We will be reaching out to vendors, and they will be able to choose ACH as an option for payments as well, so that will speed up them getting electronic payments. So vendor self-service includes an ACH component. So the vendor will be able to choose, I'd like to have an ACH versus a paper check. So plan on rolling that out sometime this year. So we've been working on this. VSS also has electronic bids, so that we're looking forward to actually rolling it out as well this year. So it should hopefully speed up the process, these changes that we're making right now, and the re-education of the workforce about how to put payments in, how to put them in quicker, and then we're tracking it more effectively now as far as how long it's taking people to take an invoice and actually put it in the system.
So it's not a resource issue, it's an training and retraining and education issue.
Yeah. And
We're
to-
not short bodies, we're not short that we don't have enough people that are processing this fast enough.
To the chair, that's my belief, is that it's an education issue. And I will say that I've got my team printing out reports and working with CGI to generate reports to figure out where the bottleneck is.
CGI?
Accounting firm.
Yeah, they're our accounting software firm.
Okay.
So what we do is we're able to monitor, an invoice from the time that because when you actually enter an invoice, Lanya's team is looking at the invoice date, so they actually make sure that that's entered correctly, so we can see when we've actually received the invoice, and then we can track it through the process and see where the bottleneck is. So I've tasked my team with creating a report for this to see, and fix whatever bottlenecks we have in the process. And I will say that the mayor's office as well has assigned a resource to this that'll be working with us in the coming weeks. I believe he just started today, and we'll be looking at process improvement, and that also gives you an independent verifier and evaluator of the process.
And you may not have this now, but this is something that I am interested in hearing, is where are you at now with payments getting out the door? Like, what is the average time? And what is the optimal time that we should be getting payments out? Like, should it be a week, 2 weeks, a month? And where are you at presently right now? Because I can guess and say 18 months, but I don't actually know. Do we know?
Yeah, to the chair, I will say that it stays with accounts 3 to 5 days, which is ideal. That's what we want because they need that time to review and go through and verify all of the information on the invoice. We are finding that when we receive them, from the time that the invoice is actually dated to the time it gets entered in the system tends to be a bottleneck. So that's something that we're working on, and that's where we look at it as our responsibility to make sure the other divisions are educated and have a resource. They can reach out to any of my commissioners. They can reach out to me if they're not sure how to submit an invoice, and we will walk them through the process. So that's what we're looking at, and again, the mayor's office has assigned a resource specifically to this that we'll be working with in the coming weeks that's kind of independent of any of the groups that's involved in the process that will be able to give a fair evaluation and help us fix this issue once and for all.
And this is in the Commissioner Moss Walker's office. Did she want to?
Currently, we're at January 28th, so we're working on January 28th, so we're just like 5 days behind. So we try to stay between 5 and 7 days. And we have check runs on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Majority of the directors or council people know that if they need something in a hurry, they can send us an email or call me, and we'll put it on the express run. We try not to do express runs that often, but if it's in a dire need or it's an urgency, we will get it out and process it. If you send me an email or as you do, call me, and then we'll work it out and get it done.
All right, and keep in mind that, we're going to be asking the departments because it seems like the problem is the handoff from the departments, and if they're staffed enough or trained enough to get it to you guys, because if I'm hearing you correctly, once it sits for 3 to 5 days, then it pretty much is streamlined and moved in the finance side, that the problem seems to be the handoff between the department and finance. So we need to make sure that they're staffed up to making sure that they're processing those payments.
To the chair, I would say that it's just to clarify, it's all of our problems. If they're not sure how to submit an invoice, we need to make sure as finance, they're familiar with the process and they know what resources they have. So that's important to us, that we fix the problem as well.
Okay, great. Just a couple more things, and then I'll turn it over to any of my colleagues. Sinking fund. I know that Ms. Ruby has technically and used to always oversee the sinking fund, but is there a board, or how is that overseen? Because it came to, and I want to make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn, but it was brought to my attention that maybe the former finance director started making the decisions about the sinking fund, but I know that Ms. Ruby has been doing this for a while. So who actually oversees and who's in charge of making the determinations on the sinking fund?
So to the chair, my background, I've had 4 years as the debt manager for City of Jacksonville, Florida. So I like to have input and be in the meetings on any decisions related to sinking fund. However, my commissioner does, oversee and run and make the final decisions on any kind of bond deals. We also have, the city's contracted with 2 financial advisors that we use that help us along the way and do the analysis. So we're not going solo on any kind of bond deal or anything like that.
Ms. Ruby, did you want to add anything?
I mean, there is a sinking fund commission of which I'm the assistant secretary, and you
I
are
serve on as well.
a member of it, as well as the mayor and the finance director.
Okay.
Which it doesn't meet very often, but when we issue certain types of bonds, the sinking fund commission does meet.
Thank you. I just know that Ms. Ruby's been doing this for a long time and is very capable, so I just want to make sure that we're not overlooking some of our valuable assets that we have embedded in City Hall that are looking at these things, because they kind of been doing this for a while and kind of know their way around the block, so I want to make sure I understand that.
Yeah.
But I do understand as a director and as a chief of you wanting to make sure you have input. I just don't want to make sure that, that staff is being supplanted or replaced.
No, to the chair, I highly value this team. In fact, it's one of the best teams I've ever worked with after 2 months. So, I'm really appreciative of all them and definitely allow them to make the decisions they need to make.
All right, couple of last things. I know that, and this is probably for Commissioner Johnson, I know that there's going to be a lot of changes coming from DC and the new administration, but I know that there's always requirements and other things when we're putting out bids for purchases and supplies. We are still going to adhere to many of those, or do you have anybody at your team making sure that we don't run into a problem with the federal people that are going to try to put all kinds of strings attached to the money that we're receiving, and how are you staffing up or prepared to look at those things, especially when it comes to making sure that we have minority and women vendors that are able to be a part of the purchase and supply process?
Sure. Tiffany.
So, Council Chair, we're actually working very closely with the Office of Equal Opportunity. We absolutely try to make sure that we include all minority vendors, and we're going to continue to do that. We have 2 additional staff members in our office, and one of them will be focusing on ensuring that all of our bids include additional vendors from the Office of Equal Opportunity. So, yes, we are absolutely looking at that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any way that we can be helpful with that, let us know, okay? Thank you. I have Councilman Charles Slife.
A clarifying question on, there was the chart earlier in the presentation with the staffing levels. I don't know if you want to cycle back to it. So this year, IT was spun out of finance. So is this saying that there were 232 budgeted positions in what would now be the Department of Finance last year, absent IT? So we have 68 vacancies. And it's not saying that we have, the 164 is not accounting for IT being pulled out.
Director.
Through the chair, that councilperson, IT was lifted out of this, so this is actually just the current finance department and what they were budgeted last year. The vacancies you see primarily revolve around Central Collection Agency. They have a lot of vacancies at Central Collection. The rest of finance only has a few here and there.
Okay.
But so most of them are coming out of this Central Collection Agency, the taxation department.
And through the chair to the councilman, the exact numbers, so 36 of those vacancies are related to taxation. The second most is 12 with assessments and licenses, and the rest are very small, 1 to 3 vacancies in the rest of the divisions.
Okay. I do recall, outside of CCA, I do recall last year that there were a number of divisions across the city that seemed to be routinely understaffed. I mean, year over year, to the point where it almost makes sense that if we've been operating with these vacancies, should we acknowledge that they're not being filled and then put the money elsewhere in the budget? We could talk about that more during the budgeting process. But so in short, if we were to go back to the 2024 budget book, the FTEs proposed would not have been 258. It would have been higher because it would have included IT. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Stephanie House-Jones.
Thank you to through the chair to the team here. Good afternoon, everyone. This is just a preview for budget hearing. The theme of Councilwoman House-Jones' remarks is going to be on performance-based. How are we performing? Like setting that up. So I think it was noted that there are about 25,000 checks are processed a year. Is that what we're indicating? Through the chair, to the team here, how many people actually work on processing checks? The team.
Sorry, through the chair. In my office, there are actually, I'm counting them in my head real quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 that process.
And what does that, through the chair to the commissioner, what does that entail, processing a check?
Through the council, through the chair, sorry. What details that process a check? Basically, they're processing through an invoice. The vendor has to send an invoice to the actual department or division that they have the business or services rendered. Once they go into the system, it's actually a contract. The contract starts first if it's a contracted item. Once they do the contract, you have to do an invoice on that item. You have to receive it from the vendor. They put it in the system. Once they put it in the system, the invoice, it goes to a actual payment request document. So it's like contract, IN, invoice, to PRC, payment request. Some of them have GAXs, which they don't go through a contract, is under a certain amount. So the process of taking it from a contract to an invoice to a payment request is a matter of seconds. It's not a long process whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm asking through the chair to the commissioner. I'm asking this question because we have a problem. No one has been able to clearly articulate what the problem is. In a case, I will just say a case that just happened last year of an outside vendor contacted me. They indicated they rendered the services to the city of Cleveland. It was about 2 years past the date. They said they've been calling everybody, talking to the people. I put the request in. I'm like, that sounds weird. I asked, and it was told to me that the reason why the person's invoice wasn't paid is because someone retired, and it was just sitting there. I was like, oh. That's problematic.
Can you tell me who the vendor is?
No, it's already done. It was taken care of.
Okay.
It was taken care of. But do you see, this is the thing of what happens with many of us as council members. We are consistently called about every single service that is imaginable. And I usually cannot clearly articulate what is happening, but I do know there is something about the payments. And what I'm going to ask for, if someone can provide a real written flow chart of how, the time it takes, different departments that are responsible, the time it takes, because I did receive at one point from our side a flow chart, but I'm still trying to learn this process. My other question, just a follow-up, through the chair to the team here, can you all explain to me, does the city, through administration, do you all do reimbursements of any sort to employees if they spend something? I don't know. Is there a reimbursement process from the city of Cleveland in general?
I mean, through the chair, if it's budgeted, then
Yeah.
yes, I mean, we have the ability to do that.
Okay, can you, through the chair to the team, can you explain me what the reimbursement process is and how is it set up?
Yeah, through the chair, the council person, I'll use travel for an example, because that's a big one that we reimburse employees for. So initially what they'll do is they'll do a TE, which is travel encumbrance. It'll list all the anticipated expenses, hotel, rent a car, registration, what have you, mileage, airfare. So once they go on a trip, they come back, and then they'll fill out a TP document, which is the payment document that ultimately goes to accounts. They attach all the receipts. They get a per diem for their food. So they attach it electronically into the system in a GAX.
So just point of clarification.
I'm sorry, a
Through,
TP.
through the chair, to the assistant director, you're indicating that people actually upload the system, or is it a paper system? I'm trying to get clarification.
The TP document is an electric document, so they'll have to scan their actual receipts into Advantage. So it actually will get attached as a PDF, their receipts. And then once they have all the receipts in, they'll submit it, it'll get approved by the department. It ultimately goes to the accounts division. Again, one thing that they do down there, the commissioner was talking about the payment process, they'll review all the receipts, making sure that they're correct on vendors. They make sure the address is correct, it ties to the invoice. So once it gets to accounts, it gets processed in usually about 3 to 7 days, and then the employee gets a check, a reimbursement check.
So just a point of clarification, because we're talking about travel. Through the chair to the team here, so you're saying that we have employees that are going on, just say designated trips on behalf of the city of Cleveland, and they are expected to upfront the cost of that?
Through the chair, the council person, the only thing they upfront is the food cost.
Oh,
And then they
okay.
get a per diem afterwards.
Okay.
The airfare is covered by our charge card.
Okay.
Registration's covered by that.
Okay.
Usually it's just mileage
Okay.
and their food costs.
Okay,
And that's what they get
Okay,
reimbursed.
I was just clarifying through the chair today. I was
Hey.
just making sure that it was not the expectation that we were asking
No, the city pays for
employees to do all of those things.
No.
All right, that was very, very helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman. All right. Any other questions for the finance team? Really just want to, once again, I really want to understand more about where the bottleneck is taking place. It doesn't seem like the bottleneck is taking place at your side. It looked like it's taking place at the departmental side. And at some point in time, we got to try to get ahead of that, because we have people with outstanding invoices, and it's literally making some people not want to do business with the city, which is not cool. Okay?
Yeah, to the chair, now that we have a report that talks about the invoice date versus the payment date, we're going back now to re-educate those departments and divisions. So where we see people are taking a long time to put those in, we're reaching out to those divisions to see if it's a resource issue, which we don't believe it is. It's an education, and we're going to continue to do that. So we're very confident we're going to shorten that period.
Right.
Unfortunately, there were a couple that fell through the crack, and I know the councilwoman, I think she had sent it to me, and I figured out where it was and got that payment process finally. So we have to also make sure that we don't have things that fall through cracks like that, where vendors are waiting that long.
So we'll be working closely with you to see what the training budget looks like, as well as what resources each one of these departments need as well, because that's what we're in the process of trying to determine, resources versus is it just an alignment problem. So, okay? All right, seeing no other questions, finance, thank you. Keep up the great work, all of the commissioners and all of the director and his team. Thank you so much. We're going to bring up law next. Law.
Okay, sorry.
And as you can see, a lot of council members are going to be in and out. Unfortunately, the flu bug has hit council pretty tough this week, so a lot of council members are out. Director, please ask anyone part of your team if they could please join us.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, Director, the floor is yours. This is an operational hearing. This is where we look at everything from staffing to resource allocation and all those other things so that we can prepare for the budget. And once again, we just really want to understand, your department's operations so that we can make an informed decision on where we believe we need to add or potentially cut, or what we need to do to make sure the law department is servicing the citizens of Cleveland. So you have the floor, sir. And please announce your team with you.
Thank you, Council President Griffin. I'm joined here at the table by our Chief Corporate Counsel, Stephanie Melnick, our Chief Counsel for Special Affairs and Projects, Michelle Comer, our Chief Trial Counsel, Elena Boop, our City Prosecutor, Aquila Jordan, our Chief of Code Enforcement, Dave Roberts, and our Chief Ethics Officer, Delonte Spencer Thomas. I also have members of my team in the audience as well, and so I'd like to recognize them. I've got J.R. Russell, Chief of Litigation, Bill Menzalora, the Chief of our Civil Rights and Police Practices. Tiffany Fishbach could not be here today. Kevin Roberts, our House Counsel, Rich Berdovich, our Chief of Development, and Amy Huff, our Public Records Chair. So thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you today. I'll try to move kind of quickly through the PowerPoint so there's more time for questions, if that's okay. And okay, so bear with me. Great. So just quickly, we'll do an overview and then talk a little bit about what's going on in each of the divisions. So first of all, as the department, we serve as the legal advisor to the mayor, to city council, but also to all the city departments. And our job is to protect taxpayer dollars, but also to make sure that the city complies with the law. We have nearly 100 employees across both the criminal and civil divisions. And I'm very proud to say that our attorneys are some of the best legal minds from an array of backgrounds, a diverse array of backgrounds in the city. I think I've quickly introduced our team here, so I won't need to go over this slide. But I would like to start with kind of our structure and just talk about kind of our 4 major pieces. We have a civil division, a criminal division, special projects, and ethics and accountability. First is our criminal division, headed by our city prosecutor, Quayla Jordan, who has done an outstanding job with over 10,000 felony reviews, 1,300 misdemeanor investigator intakes, misdemeanor charges. But I think almost as important as the numbers has been the city prosecutor Jordan's focus on important things like violence against women and also participation and community outreach for everything from our Safety Fest to hosting student cohort from Johns Hopkins, but also pride in the CLE so that every Clevelander knows that regardless of who they are, where they're from, what their orientation is, we are going to protect those citizens. Ethics and accountability is actually a new department that Mayor Bibb has brought on to us. Chaired by Director Delonte Spencer Thomas. He is the primary source for ethics advice to make sure that we follow the law efficiently, but also correctly and ethically. And so in 2023, he responded to over 223 ethics law inquiries, and he's been significantly over that this year. But he also works significantly with the Mayor's Police Accountability Team and is a liaison for the Community Police Commission and throughout the Community Police Oversight structure. One of the things that he did this year was to coordinate the auditor's fraud survey and to report there as well. Litigation is chaired by our Chief Elena Boop. They have been very busy. So this past year, they recovered $1.4 million in opioid litigation, another $1.9 million in debts that were owed to the city. And actually, just today, we have started to receive another $500,000 in the Central Rec Fire. So $400,000 in a settlement, and then $100,000 that we're going to retain as part of the retainage. But the victories have been very significant and continuous over the year. 15 victories in federal court, 10 victories in state court. We have not lost a single charge of discrimination or retaliation at the EEOC. We have not lost a single charge of unfair labor practices, and all appeals made to the civil service, and all but one charge of discrimination with the OCRC. Chief Boop also handles the claims department, which processed 466 claims for the water department, the electric department, everything that you can imagine a claim could be with the city. And my hope is to have time for questions, which is why I'm kind of moving quickly through. Code enforcement is our next critical section, and we have Chief Dave Roberts here. And we have been very aggressive in terms of prosecuting failures of lead-safe certification. We also have brought 62 prosecutions, criminal prosecutions, against owners who have failed to abate lead hazards. We've brought 10 residential nuisance complaints and 3 receivership actions. And I want to thank members of council in particular for helping us with the receiverships, where we've taken possession of buildings where landlords have not been complying with our rules, because frankly, some of these landlords we can't trust to make the improvements or the requirements that we have. House Counsel. House Counsel provides representation to all the different departments, also staff the Central Collection Agency. One of our attorneys this year, Deborah Rossman, received the James Epps National Award for Longevity. She's been here for over 30 years. But it's also been important to, it is the side of the House that drafts legislation. And so as the Council President correctly indicated earlier this year, we can only do what you approve, and we can only do the legislation that Council approves. And so part of what the House Counsel does is to draft pieces of legislation, in this case, 359 pieces of legislation this year, 236 contracts drafted, 719 competitively bid contracts, and 1.2 million collected in court judgments. Trying to move quickly through. Our development department, headed by Rich Berdovich, supports our city's economic development team. And so we've done a couple important pieces. For example, as part of our development cluster, we've been supporting the transition of the Westside Market, which, as you know, got another $1.5 million today. And I think that you heard Chief Trevisano talk about the $50 million that we are heading towards the Westside Market as well. And so what they do is they work with economic and community development to make sure that we can continue to build our city. A few more, and then we will move on to questions. Operations and sustainability, as I said, they also collaborate with the Westside Market. Where are we here? Moving too quickly. My apologies. Also important projects are the Cleveland Waters lead service line replacement opinions, as well as looking at having the Cleveland Charge agreement to play at Cleveland Public Auditorium. So just in this department, 160 professional service agreements, 48 concessions and license agreements, 21 legal opinions, 16 public improvement contracts, and the others there as well. Far from last or not least is public records. I think we have the best public records department in the state of Ohio. We do over 30,000 public requests, public records requests every single year. And one of the things that we did this year was we created, or we worked with Urban AI to encourage direct access by citizens to our documents, because ultimately the documents belong to the people and not to the government. We've also accelerated our response to media requests, and we've been trying to deal with the vast number of new requests for video, whether it's WCS, surveillance video, particularly from these new websites that have sprung up, which are now asking essentially public employees to do their work for them. So that was a speed through what the law department does. And I'm here to say thank you to all of you, because we can't do anything without your support and without the legislation that you pass. And thank you for the opportunity to come and talk.
Thank you. Well, we know that the law department is essential to everything that goes on in the city of Cleveland. And I'm joking, but I'm not joking. You know, the oldest statement that everybody says is, when you can't get anything out, they say it's stuck in law. So the first thing that I have to ask is, do we have enough bodies to really handle the mountain of requests and all of the things that you guys have to do? And have you done an assessment to see where and what you might need to do in order to make sure that we have enough bodies in the law department to deal with it?
So first of all, thank you, Council President Griffin. And it is absolutely the slogan of City Hall, stuck in law. And sometimes that's the case, but not as much as you might think. But to address the problem, we're doing a couple of things. One is we're going to have a full-time attorney assigned to the Community Development Department to try to speed those contracts through. And so that we hope that when that gets filled, that will loosen up a lot of the speed on the front side. We don't really deal with it on the back side, but the second part that's really important is the communication and education. I think that you heard Chief Barrett talk earlier about how it's important for the departments to understand what they need in order to have a contract fulfilled. I'm going to ask Chief Melnick to talk a little bit about the sorts of things that we're doing to address these issues. But I will also say this, which is Mayor Bibb has made it very clear to me and the finance director that speed of contracting and speed of payment is one of his top priorities. It is absolutely the case that for the city as a whole, the top priorities are crime, crime, and crime. But after that, at least for my department, he has said, we need to speed things up. And so, Chief Melnick, do you want to add to that?
Sure. Good afternoon through the council, President. As finance already has talked about, I mean, it's really about the education and training and the new DocuSign. Once you have more users getting used to DocuSign and using it, that will help speed up the process of city contracts. And I just want to point out, city contracts, I mean, there's a variety of them, right? I mean, there are some simple contracts, and those, you know, it's the same contract, same contractor. Those typically get done very fast. They're very routine. Now, even with DocuSign, there are going to be some contracts that are going to take a while. Why? Number one, they may just be more complicated transactions. You guys had Digital C here earlier today. I had worked on that contract. It was more complex. You have to take the time because you want to get it right. And those type of contracts, too, the other side's going to want to negotiate, right? So that's those things down. So why do I say all this? Because contracts are just not one broad stroke, right? Easy, simple contract, it's really just about training, getting used to DocuSign so people know how to submit a contract request, what they need to do, and that's kind of built into DocuSign. But I don't want to mislead. I mean, there are going to be some contracts that are going to take time just because of the nature of the contract.
Okay. All right. All right, the other thing that I wanted to ask is I know that it was an issue around pay equity, and I know that that was happening. Have we resolved that issue, and have we made sure that our attorneys are commensurate with some of their peers around pay, and do we look at that?
So, thank you, Council President. The answer to that is we are continuing to try to catch up. And as we try to catch up, the county moves ahead of us as well. And so one of our issues has been to hire and keep good attorneys. So we continue to have vacancies because we are not at the same level as Cuyahoga County or even some of the suburbs around. And so we are trying to increase that amount, but it is still a challenge. The going rate for private attorneys is shocking, and government tries to keep up, so then we're keeping up with the state of Ohio and trying to keep up with Cuyahoga County.
And thanks for doing that, because I'll be honest with you, I know I've worked with Ms. Melnick and Ms. Comer and several people over the years, and I don't know how they do it. I mean, it's a high volume of work, and, you know, you're dealing with elected officials who want to see everything now, and I just don't I don't know how they do it, but I know that it's also difficult for us to, you know, our bottom line is service, so we don't always have the ability to pay what some of the other suburban or private sector folks pay. But these are some dedicated people, and I just want to make sure that we're doing everything to at least be fair and at least acknowledge what they're dealing with this process.
Thank you, Council President. I say this to everyone on my team that I think they're all underpaid, and I also think that no one works for the city of Cleveland just for the money. And your comment that they are dedicated is absolutely right. They're here because they believe in what they're doing. They believe in public service. And I think that what we try to bring to our jobs every day is a commitment to do things for the people of the city of Cleveland, because otherwise the people at this table could easily walk out the door and do something else.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at, you know, Mr. Menzalora and Mr. Berdovich. I'll take Mr. Menzalora can handle any police case out there and any employment case. Mr. Berdovich can handle any contract that any major corporation does. But, you know, they often go unseen, and I just want to make sure that, you know, they do know, and all of you guys know we do value their work, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Last but not least, code enforcement and building. As you know, I have a huge problems with these apartment buildings as late as last week. While we were closed down at City Hall, we had a couple of buildings that had no heat. We also have people that are literally walking away from apartment buildings, but you have tenants that are still staying in there. I have a big problem with almost just people abandoning some of these big apartment structures. Can you explain that receivership process, and how many buildings have we actually took into our custody, and then what do we do? Do we take them and then put them on the market, or what do we do once we receive them so that we're not a bad landlord?
So first of all, let me say thank you to you and to Councilwoman Gray, because your intervention, particularly on the Chetrit properties, has been very important. And certainly I try to acknowledge your input and your efforts there as much as possible. I will let Chief Roberts talk a little bit more about the receivership process. What we try to do is we try to get them to a receiver that has the finances and the ability to fix these. Unfortunately, some of them have lawyers on the other side, and so our frustration, particularly with the properties on Shaker Boulevard, has been just the slowness of the legal process, and it is frustrating to us that we have high-rise buildings where there's only one elevator working, or sometimes none at all, or where there is the heat is not working. We are also, I think you may be aware of, working with Fannie Mae with respect to properties on Southmoreland. There are 15 properties we call the Steiner properties, where the head of that Steiner investment group committed suicide 3 weeks ago. Yeah. And so that is just yet another delay. But Chief Roberts, can you talk a little bit about what we've been doing with respect to receiverships and how we expect and hope to expand that tool that we have in our toolbox?
So, Council President and council members, the receivership process is a way to take property away from the owner that won't fix it, rather than bringing them to court and punishing them and hoping that the punishment makes them behave themselves, which often doesn't happen. Sometimes they won't come to court. And so it depends on the receiver being in place. So the one we're doing in Tremont, we have Tremont West ready to take that property, and they're just going to tear it down. The owner's been delaying. She pulls a permit, but it gets revoked. They get ready to demolish it. She pulls another permit. She did appear in the case to try to stop us, but she's not pursued that. And then we have Burton Bell Carr doing two as well. But they have the money. That's the crucial thing. Sometimes people hear receivership, they think it's a process where we just take it away and get it to someone good. Well, someone good has to be waiting, and not only someone good, but someone who has the money. A lot of people are happy to be receiver, get a receiver fee, do the work, see a property repaired, but they need the money for it. So in some cases, you're going to do a subsidized project where you put public money behind it. Other times, you can find a receiver who is keen to do it. A CDC will maybe take a loss on it, or maybe put grants together. A lot of receiverships are done through the Restoration Society. So that's the receivership process, and I'm proud to say the two outside council ones that were here when I started, but I hired people who now do them in-house. So our three in-house have gone very well.
Okay. All right, I'll turn it over to my colleagues for any questions. Councilman Kevin Conwell, then Councilman Chris Harsh.
Very much. This microphone is on. Is the prosecutor up here? Who's
Yes, right here.
Right. So you have about well, I know you got them there. And I'm looking for how many African Americans and females through the chair is in your office.
Through the chair to the councilman, there are currently
So how many people do you have?
So overall, we have a staff of 30 people. Are you looking for overall our diversity numbers or just the attorney diversity numbers?
Overall.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm counting them in my head. So I would say about half our staff is female. There are 3 Hispanics on staff currently, and there are 6 African Americans on staff.
You got a 30?
Yes, sir.
6 African Americans?
Yes, sir.
And so what do you do through the chair for, I'm gonna tell you this story real quick. There was a prosecutor there under Jane Campbell. And I asked the former president of Cleveland City Council to hold the budget up. We held the budget up for the prosecutor, and we told them to go to Norman S. Minor and bring back some African Americans over there and do some recruitment from Norman S. Minor. Remember I told you about that story? You got to bring them in. You got to cultivate them. Here's the thing. We're talking about, with the council president pushed the legislation, racism is a health crisis, and then we're not doing it. And you and I know each other personally. And when I go over there, I'm looking and I don't see that. We got to cultivate it. You got to bring in black and brown. You have to do that, and you got to, and you know the way, because you got some people in Norman S. Minor that might want to work for the city.
So let me tell you a couple things we do through the council president to the councilman. We actively recruit. We work with Norman S. Minor. When I first graduated law school, the rate of African-American attorneys to the overall population was 5% of the attorneys. And I was frustrated with how long it had stayed at 5%. And I was sharing that story with some law students saying, you know, I've been out over 15 years now, we're still at 5%. And they immediately corrected me and said, we've actually decreased. So the overall, down to 4%. So the overall number of available African Americans has gone down. So let me tell you a little bit about how we do our recruitment strategy. We use each other to recruit. We go to Norman S. Minor events. We partner with different Divine 9 organizations. We do expungement clinics. We are out in this community seeking individuals. Currently, we know we have one opening coming up. I've already been sliding into people's DM on Instagram, on LinkedIn, right? We are being intentional about recruiting attorneys who not only care about this community, who are from this community and who look like this community. So to anyone watching, we will have a posting going up soon for a prosecutor. Please feel free to send me your resume to ajordan@clevelandohio.gov. We are looking for the best of the best who care about our community and who are from our community.
We need that, Mark. Yeah, I remember stopping by to see you. What was that, a couple of years ago?
Yes, sir.
2 years ago? I remember, I forgot what the issue, because I stopped by. You were real nice to me. And we got it resolved, the whole 9 yards. I didn't know it dropped down to 4%.
We're down to 4% overall, sir.
Wow, he tried to tell me that, but we stopped that budget. But he found some. He went to Norman S. Minor, and he found some African-American lawyers.
The other critical thing to do, though, is to continue to create our pipeline. We can no longer wait to law school to recruit African-American attorneys. We have resorted to starting in high school now. We are building partnerships with different high schools to recruit them to come intern with our office while they're in college, so they're invested already in the city of Cleveland. We have to start younger.
You know, I know with Norman S. Minor, he was a great trial attorney through the chair, and he probably would have went to Marshall's College so that they could see him before they graduate, because they need to see that success. And I know it's a great lawyer here at this table was over Norman S. Minor, and it would be nice if they were to go to Marshall Law School or in Case Western Reserve to recruit some as well through the chair.
Through the chair, you know, as a City of Cleveland attorney, but also as the president of the Norman S. Minor Bar Association, because that's what we're getting at here. No, we absolutely make those efforts. You know, myself and even some of our board members who have been either current city of employee attorneys or past city attorneys who absolutely advocate for the experience, for the work and how you can really grow as an attorney and as a just in your practice. And so we do a lot of advocacy around that, and we try to make sure that we continue to push that. And I certainly have helped to lead that charge. Prosecutor Jordan has also been extremely present when it comes to doing that. So I think as we continue to make our compensation, competitive and things like that, which we've been able to do a lot of in the last couple of years since the turn of the administration, I think that has certainly helped a lot, and we continue to push that message.
Through the chair to the councilman, I think Chief Thomas will tell you that I regularly come to him and say, Norman S. Minor, we got to get some more people here. And so I'm very proud of our efforts and also our leadership team, that it's important that we have attorneys of all colors to here represent the city. Last year,
6 out of 30.
What's that?
We got 6 out of 30 through the chair. 6 out of 30 African Americans. And how many females, how many males? But you got 3 male African American prosecutors and 3 females African American prosecutors. Then you got 1 0.5% Spanish, and males 1.5%.
We are literally scouring the globe. So I'm proud that we have prosecutors from Liberia, from Ghana. I think last year when we talked about this topic, I said, "Hey, Councilman, I've got lawyers from Glenville to Siberia," and you thought I was joking about Siberia, but in fact, Elena Boop was born in Siberia. We have attorneys who are, Irish citizens, but literally, we are looking for the best from everywhere. And, I'm very proud of the diversity on our staff. I think we always can do better, and we need to do better, but we're committed to doing better.
Yeah, we got to do better, Mark. Here's the thing, Director, to the chair. Majority of the people who stop and give them traffic tickets and go through the courts, there's a lot of judicial inequality. And majority of the people go through there look like me. They're my complexion, they look just like me. And when they go in there, they see the judges don't look like them. We got to do better with jury duty because we got to serve. My people got to serve jury duty. The jury don't look like us. The judge doesn't look like us. The prosecutor doesn't look like us. You know what? You grass, man. Your blank is grass. Because when you look around, you have nobody that's there to understand your culture or to identify with you, and then they're going to send you straight to the county because they can't identify with you. I'm not saying that's racism or anything, but I'm saying if you had an African-American prosecutor there, at least when they're there, they understand the way and they understand the black experience and the black culture. You see what I'm saying? Because we look around that judge, you said the judge doesn't look like me. The people the prosecutor doesn't look like me. You in there, you scared mad. And you try to tell them your experience, and they don't know. Some of them don't even care.
All right, Councilman, if we could wrap up, because we got another department we need to make sure we're here too.
Right.
So,
And let me wrap up, because we'll sidebar talk, and I talk with you. I'll go up and see you. This contract piece here. When you do contracts and your contracts are late through the chair, what's the young lady that was narrating the contracts? Sometimes, like you in your own world and you thinking contracts because you thinking legal. But what about purchasing and procurement? When they give you a contract, sometimes what you doing when those contracts are late getting out, you're costing constraints. And prices might go up for purchasing and procurement, or whatever the case may be, because your contracts are going out not in a timely manner. And we always say something is caught up into law, and then when they get out, let's say if you were pushing $100,000 for the contract, well, the contract might cost $110,000 later, because I don't have the money to purchase what I need to purchase. It might cost more money. You got to be mindful, it's not just the law department doing the contracts, it's purchasing and procurement, it's project managers, because it could cause triple constraints, cost constraints, quality constraints. It can cause that, and it can throw projects behind the 8 ball, and you know it. So you got to look at that, other people too, and don't get caught up in that cubicle just thinking of contracts going through you, through the chair.
all right. Any?
This young lady who was
I guess
talking
they're
about
looking-
contracts.
Through the council president to councilman. Yes, you're absolutely correct. There are contracts that are competitively bid, and those are a team project, right? Because
Right.
purchases and supplies, they're the ones who
team
do
projects.
the bid. They have to be reviewed by them, the departments. Most of them go through Board of Control. They go to the contractor, then they come back to, the city for certification, a law department. So yes, there are a lot of players in those contracts, but I will tell you something. Those competitively bid contracts, as an attorney, those are the easiest and quickest ones that our attorneys get done, right? Because we're just reviewing to make sure everything's in place. So yes, any contract is a team project, right? But that is one for the law department. It actually is the less onerous type of contract. But thank you.
But they always blame it on law. Because I monitor my projects, and I ask, where is it at? What's going on? It's a councilman. It's in law. It's in law. And I go down and I see Mark, sometimes even unannounced. I go and I visit him. Isn't that true? I'll go and I'll visit you.
Absolutely. And I will say this, that I have open contract office hours now. Any Tuesday.
You do.
I do.
You do.
I do. Anybody who's got an issue with a contract, if you have a contract that isn't moving, come see me 10 o'clock on Tuesdays. Door is open.
I'm going to say this and I'll shut up. You know, when those contracts are behind, it hurts the project, as I said earlier. It hurts them in time, and if it goes over the cost, as well as it affects quality. Because sometimes you have to cut back on things. But when they say it's in the law, you're hurting things and you're only in your own paradigm. You got to step out of there and they should give you a timeline when to do it. Or I don't even know you have enough people. But it's hurting us. And I go down personally to see your director when my projects are held up. You know, I said, where he's at? In a nice way, in an intelligent way. I stop by and I see the law director. You got to push those contracts out, man. You
All right,
got
Councilman. You good?
That's where I'm at.
All right, thank you. Councilman Chris Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to segue briefly because I love these conversations about race and stats and stuff because I think Black America's 13% of the country, but Black Cleveland's 50% of the city, but Black graduates from law schools are 4%. There's a whole lot to unpack in that for where we are as a country. I will say, though, that if only 4% of your department were Black, that'd be 1.2 people. And if you have 6, that means you're outperforming the field by 500%. So there's some progress happening in that department. I think that can be,
Not good enough.
seen in the numbers here.
Not good enough.
My actual question, though, through the chair, I think is for Mr. Roberts. As you know, code enforcement is near and dear to my heart. And I'm just curious, through the chair to Mr. Roberts, how many code enforcement violations did your department process in 2024?
So I think what you're principally asking is how many first-degree misdemeanor criminal prosecutions from the building department.
When Building and Housing says they sent it to legal,
Yes.
right? And I assume that means somewhere into your department?
We filed about 600.
600.
Which is down significantly from the year before.
Okay. And through the chair, how many people work in that department with you?
I have 10 attorneys now.
You and 10 others, so about 60 per person, if I were to divide
Yeah.
simply?
Correct.
Okay. And through the chair, what is the maximum number of violations that you think you and your 10 folks could process if we were to ramp up? At what point would we overwhelm your staff?
I have never thought about that. I would say we can certainly do many more than the 600. We could at least double it. We could probably triple it. Now, the question really becomes this. How much time are you giving to each of those? So it's easy enough to just tee up with the building department and file a case. And then typically, a lot of limited liability company owners, they just don't appear in court. So now I just got them churning on the court docket with no one appearing. And so I could take credit that I filed a bunch of cases, but I'm not getting anywhere. So what I have to do is focus more on getting people to come to court so we could reach them and compel them to do the repairs they need to do. And so principal innovation I made when we started is to serve things by regular mail. Criminal rules say to serve it certified mail. It's kind of an old-fashioned official way to send things out, right? But a lot of people don't claim their certified mail anymore. So we're getting people no showing in court. So we started serving it certified and regular, easy, however many cents it is now. And we're getting better results from that, although not as much as I'd hoped.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I just want to. When a defendant doesn't show in court, through the chair, don't you automatically win that case?
No, it's criminal law requires the appearance of the defendant. Can't do anything against the defendant. That's why extradition is such an issue with certain.
And so through the chair, what happens to those cases when the defendant doesn't show? They just sit on the judge's docket forever, or they expire, or they time out? What
If
happens?
it's a person and the judge is ready to, she will issue a license and registration block so that the next time they go to register a car, get their driver's license, they won't be able to.
Can that? I'm sorry. Can that happen for out-of-state people as well?
No, it's only
for
Ohio.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
And if they are a business entity like a corporation LLC, the judge will put them on what's called the corporate docket.
Right.
and then they hold them in contempt for failing to appear, and then fine them $1,000 a day.
Right. And through the chair, then, that fine is levied when that corporation goes to sell the property? Because these are people that aren't showing up for court.
Correct. So they usually ratchet it up to about $90,000 after 90 days. They make that into a civil judgment. They file a civil case, so there's a judgment lien against the property.
Okay.
So we do get people coming because they're trying to sell the property, and now they're aware from their title work that they have this enormous fine because they're due in court and they didn't show, and then they'll show.
Okay. So through the chair, there is a certain percentage of defendants that don't show up in court, but there is still a major problem for them down the road, even if they don't show up, even though you can't really, it doesn't get the house fixed is the way that we're trying to, it doesn't accomplish the goal of fixing the house, but it does not get dropped by the court. It becomes a major problem for that LLC or person later.
I don't want to oversell how well it works, though, because some people, for instance, go into the investment world, they make an LLC, they're not getting the rent they expected, and so they just abandon the property.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they're put on the corporate docket and fined $90,000, they still don't care.
Right.
They just walked away.
Okay.
They're in another state, and so we don't get leverage on them. That's why we need some other tools.
I see.
Through the chair, let me also point out one thing that Chief Roberts, I guess, is too modest to mention. One is that one of the things that he's done is to have diversion programs. So rather than file criminal lawsuits against single-family residents, grandma who owns something, he has tried to push things into negotiated resolutions, and instead has focused kind of on the more complicated cases of these LLCs that are a real problem for us.
Sure.
So I think we're doing kind of more complicated cases than we were before, and we are diverting our residents who just want to keep their homes.
Mr. Chair, the reason I'm asking, and for the benefit of everybody, is that I, and I think some of my colleagues, believe that the Building and Housing Department needs to do more code enforcement to hold out-of-state investors, but also to get to the bottom of the lead poisoning crisis is ultimately there is a role for code enforcement in this, and we know that. And I'm going to be proposing through the budget process the ability to add a lot of people to the code enforcement aspect of building and housing. And I'm just wanting to make sure that if we start filing more and more violations, it won't overwhelm the people you currently have. You could double or triple the amount of code violations that are coming through your department. That wouldn't be
correct.
It wouldn't lead to a
yes.
bottleneck on your end.
No, not at all.
Okay.
We are
That's all
ready
I'm
for
getting
that.
at.
We
Okay.
are ready for that. If there's more inspectors and
Awesome.
they file more, we're ready.
Thank you, Mr.
Awesome.
Chair.
Thank you, because I think we all consider that a priority. All right. Seeing no other questions. Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
Councilwoman
I think
House-Jones.
the chair to the team, just following up on Councilman Harsh's point, you indicated that, so tell me, where does Residents First play into this with the transition to offering civil violations? Does the law department have a part in that? Is it strictly building and housing? And what have been the results of that?
Okay, so the civil tickets are infractions like parking or trash out early tickets that our waste department gives. And it's taken some time for building and housing to get that in order, but it's now available. They're training all the inspectors. The beauty of that is you owe that $200 whether you come to court or not, because we've just levied it as a civil fine. And then annually, if you don't pay, it goes onto your taxes. So that is going to be a great tool for getting to people who try to stay out of court and therefore out of trouble. They won't be able to do that.
Through the chair to the team here, so we have not started issuing civil tickets as of yet.
Correct.
Okay. When do we, through the chair to the team here, when do we anticipate starting to issue civil?
I think it's going to happen right now. What Sally Martin has told me is that they needed to do all this computer work with the Acela system to make it possible. And so they developed the forms and the processes and all that. And that is completed. So an inspector today who's trained to give a civil ticket can give one. The main issue now is you got to get all your inspectors together and show them how that process works. Then the next question, and we're working closely with Building and Housing on this, is how are we targeting that? Are we just having it kind of whenever you see a problem? Or Or are we going to focus based on the survey that was done on the worst properties and then focus on those, particularly ones that we can't get to court, and then pile them up with the civil tickets? So it's a strategic strike based on the new tool.
Okay. And to the chair, to the team here, that is also a part of the vacant property registry, and if people don't register, they'll also be issued a civil fine, correct? My understanding?
They can be criminally prosecuted. I don't think they get a civil fine for not registering their vacant property.
Okay. So thank you for that. I had a question. So looking at just some general things, I would just say through the chair to the law director and team, I am one of the people that am really trying to advocate to this body to stop administrative review. I think it is a conflict of branches of government, like the legislative body has a role to do and the executive body has a role to do, and the convoluting of the two, again, based on my experience, I just don't necessarily see the formal process, the formal value of it. Let me explain that. So through the chair to the director, if you would like to share your perspective, because again, and from the context, it's like when I was a state representative in the Ohio General Assembly asking the governor to tell you, I mean, you have interest party meetings to say, this is what I'm proposing based on my view. You can give your opinion whether you think it's good or not, constitutional or not, but that should not impede on the legislative process for it to go forward. And it seems as is the administrative review here does. And I'm like, I don't see other administrative bodies legislative bodies doing that. And so just trying to get a context of why are we doing it and why have we embraced it as such here in Cleveland?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the answer to that is because we want to make sure that everything is legal and consistent with the city charter as well as the Constitution of the state of Ohio and the United States. And so our role is to review and to provide advice to make sure that we as a city follow the law and follow the Constitution. A process similar to this works in Cuyahoga County. I'm not familiar with the General Assembly process, but I believe that the Ohio Attorney General also provides his opinions as well on the laws that go through.
And then just to add, but in the context, from a legislative perspective, through the chair to the law director, if you are challenging, if the legal strategy from a legislator's perspective is to challenge even the charter or the constitutionality of something, how does that play into the role of it?
I guess I don't, I'd have to see the specific example and evaluate it at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then through the chair to the law director, when it comes to, this is another thing, based on my experience, at times, it does not feel like, as a legislator, there is a real capacity to have an independent legal entity. And I know, again, it has been a challenge for me to transition from the state to the city, where there is a separate legal entity. They had the Legislative Service Commission, which is a separate entity where you can get truly independent legal and legislative support assistance when it comes to drafting legislation. We don't have that here. And again, in working to provide solutions to create a better system where we get outputs, the question is, how many people are specifically focusing in on drafting legislation in the law department?
I'll let Chief Melnick answer the specific numbers. But let me just say this, which is, obviously you see when we interact with you. You don't always see when we interact with the executive side of things. We probably say no to the executive 2 times every morning and 5 times every afternoon. And The attorneys on my team have been here for a long time, and they don't, frankly, any particular administration is a blink of an eye, whether it's Rich Berdovich, who's been here over 30 years, Jeff Marks, who's been here over 50. So they don't provide their legal opinion based upon who the mayor happens to be, even though that's not always seen. And I will tell you that every lawyer on my staff gives what they believe to be the truth and the best legal opinion that they can get. The reality is, anytime that we disagree, then there's difficulty and there can be some friction. But I promise you that we say no to the executive on far more occasions because we're simply dealing with them more often than we do to the city council. But in terms of the exact numbers who are dealing with legislation, in the House Counsel section, people deal with legislation, but they're not exclusively legislation. So do you want to talk about how many of your attorneys? I don't know how you would count them, because some do contracts and others do.
Sure, through the chair to the councilwoman. So with the law department, just so you get a whole sense of the legislative process. So we've been very fortunate to have Lindsay Lanzola, who's been with us for 40 years, right? So a lot of this legislation, a lot of it is template language. And she does a great job working the departments. She's able to spot issues, stuff like that. It goes to a transactional attorney to review for the initial review. We have 3 sections of transactional attorney, let's just say an average of 5. So you have 15 attorneys who may be the second review, and then who's ever the chief counsel does another review before it gets set up for introduction. I will say this, I mean, I always view myself as Team Cleveland, whether it's working with the administration on a piece of legislation, working on council, or if it's a co-sponsor piece. When we look at pieces through administrative review, it's for legal, whether there are any legal issues.
So and how many was that? I'm sorry.
So you have 15 different, probably about 15 attorneys who are involved in legislation. It just depends on the type of legislation.
Right, I know, but
yes.
excuse me, sorry. Through the chair to the law department team, I know there's legislation that's strictly contracts, but beyond contracts, I'm talking about like legislation, if that makes sense. Not contracts, outside of contracts.
Through the chairperson to the councilwoman, if you're talking about non-routine legislation,
yes,
it sounds like that's
yes,
what you're talking about. Well, it really depends on what the type of legislation involves, right? Because we do have attorneys who have expertise in certain areas. So maybe it has to do something with fire prevention. We have an attorney who's been there, and she's an environmental attorney. I've worked with plenty of pieces with council on new initiatives, whether it be, this council or the administration. They're usually a house, like my position has historically worked on those pieces, the section chief of house counsel, and they'll usually pull in maybe an additional attorney to help with non-routine legislation. The non-routine legislation can vary. It may be non-routine, but it's not too complicated. Or it can be very complicated, like residents first. Okay. And then that you may have a team of attorneys. It just depends on the particular type of legislation.
Okay. And then can you, through the team, through the chair to the law department, where does the law department fit into the initiative that health equity and social justice is working as far as the framework they are using for equity and policy in the city of Cleveland? Are you, well, I guess the question is, through the chair to the law department, is the law department actually working with the health equity and social justice team to begin to, I guess, pilot look at what does a review from an equity perspective look like when it comes to the laws in the city of Cleveland?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So through the council, and one of the things I wanted to lift up in particular, it's not, and I can only talk about for myself, the problem for me is not no. Right? The problem for me is instinctively knowing that we are in a system that was not designed law from the Constitution on down, and we can have that conversation another day, which was not centered for the people that we are serving today in the city of Cleveland. And being able to work with partners that have an understanding of that and will work with us, work with me to help solve the problems to more quickly address the significant issues that we are dealing with in the city of Cleveland. From a place where, in my ward, residents have a household income of $25,000, right? There are certain policies and practices that do not center that lived experience. And that is, I can only talk about me. That's my frustration, where it seems like people are not thinking about that reality and really trying to, in a more people-centered way, thinking about the solutions of how we work to just honor people's experience, treat them as adults, engage with individuals and organizations as they are trustworthy people of integrity, and that's just my experience. And I would hope, and I will offer to you, that I think it would be important that the law department actually engage with the health equity and social justice framework that we that we have invested in, so that, again, that practice will start being utilized in the law department. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions for the Department of Law, thank you. We look forward to seeing you at budget hearings.
Thank you.
And last but not least is going to be the Department of Innovation and Technology. I'm going to, as you come up to the table, I'm going to turn the gavel over very briefly to Councilwoman Santana. I'll be right back. I got to get something to charge my phone. All right? So it's just same thing, they do their presentation and then answer any questions they have. I'll be right back.
It's always technology.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be right back. Just gonna run this through.
Not a problem.
Good evening.
Good
Hi,
evening.
how are you? Good.
Your presentation up? Do you have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Then you could start.
Okay. Thank you for staying this late to work with innovation and technology.
We love this.
This is very natural for a lot of the geeks in the department. So, as you all know, we are, thank you. As you know, thank you very much to the council for supporting the legislation that made us an independent department as of January 1st. We appreciate it very much. So this is our first independent budget meeting as a department. And I'm here, of course, the Chief Innovation Technology Officer, and I'm supported by Kim Roy Wilson, the, thank you, the, what do I call you, Commissioner of ITS? New titles are being figured out as we speak. And then over here I have Director Dr. Liz Crow from Urban Analytics and Innovation. And of course, I have also Deputy Commissioner Larry Jones II, who has been very instrumental working in ITS. The second, yes, very important. So I'm going to very quickly talk about the department overview. Thank you. As long as technology doesn't fail us, we'll all be fine. The mission for this new grouping is to promote, develop, enhance, and substantiate the City of Cleveland's government services and community programs through effective use of technology, information systems, digital and mobility devices, and modern, innovative industry solutions. And what we've created in this department is we've brought together three, we call them units, we call them sections. The terminology, I think, is still settling, but we still treat them as, if you like, close cousins. We've got ITS, we have Urban Analytics Innovation, and we have 311 all coming together. Yep. Which you remind us earlier, Councilman, has been in play for a while now, but we are now energizing it. Let me go first to Commissioner Wilson to go through the IT org chart, and thank you.
I'll drive.
You might be the better driver.
Hi, so this is our current org chart. As the chief has just described, the CITO oversees the entire department, along with the IT and/or commissioner, director. We're still working through those, if you will, civil service classifications. And then reporting to me is the administrative side, which is our finance and HR, if you will, related, if you will, services. And then under me, there are currently 3 deputy commissioners that are responsible for those. If you see the target areas in our department. Our applications and systems, our infrastructure, cybersecurity, service delivery, which is our help desk, and resident support, which is 311. 311 has moved a little bit, and we'll talk about what that looks like. But overall, at a very high level, this is our current org chart. We are currently budgeted for 78, and that's kind of where we stand.
Okay. And then over to you, Dr. Liz.
All right, good evening. I have the privilege of being your first oversight hearing and your last oversight hearing. So we've already talked about some of this, but as you know, Urban AI has gone from being part of a mayor's office to being part of the Innovation and Technology Cluster, as Chief Burnett said, to bring us in better in line from an operational standpoint. We have a head count today of 13 staff. All positions are filled in Urban AI. And we really have 3 core units of work within our department. The first is open data and analytics. So as you know, this year we launched the city's first open data portal. We're establishing meaningful KPIs for departments. I'm happy to answer questions there. And then we're working to deliver analytic solutions, use the data tools that we own as a city, which are very good data tools, and then supporting our departments in doing better data work. So starting to build a data as a service practice enterprise-wide. Our second line is going to be our data platform and engineering. So this is implementing an enterprise data platform. The one we use is called a data lakehouse. So it's a hybrid of a data lake and a data warehouse. This is probably our strongest partnership with IT in terms of just getting data into systems. Really hard to analyze data that you can't get. So this is a critical piece. And then our last piece is our innovation and process improvement arm. We're launching a program that we call Elevate CLE, which is our city's innovation accelerator around both business process improvement as well as developing critical performance measures for departments. And then we also have a quality control function. So 3 core business units within our Urban AI department. And then,
if you don't mind, I'm going to go to the next one. Let me speak to 311 because this is something which I think is going to cause confusion while we do this transition. But what you're going to find out is 311 is still organized as it always has been. We're planning to get a director to be in charge of that particular section or unit. Currently has a call center manager, a program manager, and a number of call takers. But the point which I think is the most powerful in this new reorganization is Commissioner Wilson runs 311 from a technological standpoint. And call centers are extremely technological. And if you do them well, and if you have good telephony and good systems, you can actually accomplish quite a lot. And we are now, I think, at the beginning of doing that. And this goes, but the other part of the equation to make 311 really powerful is process. And this is where Urban AI comes in, where they have been working very intensively in the past year, as you all know, working with 311 to start re-looking at their processes, procedures, and start encapsulating them in the variant system. So 2025, while we have done amazing work in 311, I should hope that in 2025, the 2 groups can work together even more closely to make 311 more powerful. Because fundamentally, as you can see from this org chart, 311 are people. And so it's about bringing the technology and the processes together to allow those people to be most effective for our residents. Sorry to have interrupted. We will go back to Commissioner Wilson to talk about the things ITS has accomplished.
Actually, we're going to have Deputy Commissioner Jones talk about it.
Sure. Good evening, and I'll be brief just to highlight a couple of the items. And I think it was fitting that law was actually before us because a lot of the initiatives that we focused on in 2024 actually dealt with the law department. So one of those initiatives was actually the Matrix project. So Matrix is essentially a case management system for the law department. So we implemented this cloud-hosted solution that really helped them optimize and provide additional efficiencies to their operations. Along with that, they already mentioned DocuSign. One of the things key about Matrix is that it also focuses on the criminal side. So not only with Director Griffin on the civil side, but also working with Prosecutor Jordan in her shop. So there's actually a Matrix case management on the criminal side of the house as well that we've implemented with them as well. Another key initiative is the Motorola project as it relates to police, fire, EMS, their CAD and record system. Again, bringing additional operational efficiencies to the Division of Police, Fire, and EMS, where they had manual processes that actually Dr. Crow's team is actually in the process of doing some case studies and business reviews with the Division of Fire as we speak right now. But what we're doing is taking away a lot of those paper processes and figuring out not that you need a new technology, but how can we utilize the systems that we have in place and the systems that are coming to create those efficiencies and create that additional turnover so items aren't getting held up or lost in a paper-based process.
Just two additional core systems that I want to talk about as well. We're also looking at, in 2024, we brought on a new vendor for our HRIS platform, which is our Human Resource Information Systems platform. It's Workday. We selected a vendor in 2024. We've been well underway since the fourth quarter of 2024 with discovery, business process alignment, and now we're in 2025 with regard to architecture and configuration. Our goal is to replace our existing platforms by way of HR, ADP, Kronos, NeoGov, and some performance management, if you will, software. We're replacing it with Workday. We expect to go live in January of 2026. Additionally, we talked a little bit about this at the table regarding Acela. We have a Acela Reimagined project that's been underway for the last 2 years. We are looking to improve, if you will, and enhance user experience with regard to permitting and licensing. We've also looked at creating new records in place for Residents First, which we talked about at the table, Law talked about at the table, which is now complete. So our goal is to expand Acela's footprint with a better user experience on the front end, and then on the back end, allowing the departments to be able to track their work through Acela as well.
And then over to you, Dr. Liz.
And just to highlight, again, I know we did these a number of months ago, some of the accomplishments in 2024 for Urban AI. We did the strategic innovation leadership and coordination for the relaunch of 311. We launched our open data portal. We've established an innovation accelerator team. We are implementing a lot of the metrics around our strategic plan. We're working on really a citywide culture of data. We're making progress towards What Works City certification. We are working to launch an intranet, which is going to be an internal platform for city employees. A lot of things you need to put on the website, but sometimes there's just phone numbers and like, what is the cafeteria lunch schedule that, you know, maybe our public doesn't care about, but City Hall workers do. And then last is really establishing and scaling our data management, which is the foundation for getting to enterprise-wide executive level KPIs.
And then this final slide are the major projects, just a selection of them that we're planning on focusing on for 2025. I'm not going to read everything on this slide because you can see them all, but I'd like to pick out 4 items on here, which I think is going to show you the power of what we can do now as a combined department. The first thing, I've already mentioned it, 311 resident support. Now that we've got performance improvement and innovation tied in with the technology, we think we can really juice that up and make it even support our call takers in being even more efficient and effective in helping residents. The next one, many of these we've mentioned before, but I think I'd like to highlight the Microsoft Office 365 adoption. Council President Griffin mentioned earlier the importance of people knowing how to use the tech they have. This is an initiative to make sure that all of the city employees truly understand all the functionality in Microsoft SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft OneDrive. These are actually pretty complicated tools when you get right down to it. This is helping them improve their personal processes to take advantage of the technology, so deepening their ability to use it. Dr. Liz had already mentioned developing the KPIs, but there's an important component also of exposing them back to the organization for continuous improvement, and some of this exposure back could result in system reengineering and changes to the way that we do our technological processes. So we see that as being a link. And then the last one, of course, is the Innovation Accelerator. I made Dr. Liz put Elevate CLE on here because I know she's talked to you all about an Innovation Accelerator, but they call it an Elevate CLE within City Hall, and that's the name all the City Hall employees know it as. And so the team is running a lot of departments and functions through boot camps where they're reevaluating their processes, relooking at them, simplifying them, shortening them, and then the hope is to encapsulate these improved processes into technology so that we can be more efficient and effective overall. And that completes our presentation. We are open for any questions.
So, just a couple of things that I want to make sure that we look at. First of all, I'm excited about the new department. I know that this is something that all of you all advocated for. I think IT is so critically important, not just because of this cyber attack, but in light of what we're seeing in Washington, D.C., I can anticipate that there's going to be a massive flow of new technologies that cities are going to be forced to embrace. And, you know, from payment systems and everything else, I'm not saying that I agree with all of it, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a new world coming, and I want to know that we're prepared for it. So, that being said, are we training, and do we have enough people that are training, or do we have a good relationship with an external partner that are training, not just city staffers, but well, yeah, all city staffers on all of the emerging IT, blockchain, crypto. I could just anticipate within the next 2 to 4 years that all of those are going to become government ways of making payments and other things. So how are we preparing for this big technological wave?
I'll give you my first quick impression, but then I'll ask Commissioner Wilson, who's been working on this much longer than I have, to talk more in depth. My quick reaction is I think we're in good shape. The limit we're going to strike is the limit of the human being to absorb all the information, meaning there is a lot of information out there. There's a lot of technology. There's a lot of training. I know Commissioner Wilson has been working and lining up for us a number of consultants and various partners who can help us through this. But I think at some point we'll actually hit the human's limit of change absorption. But I'd like to defer to you, Kim, and
Sure.
for your opinion.
To Council President, in IT, we constantly, if you will, participate in ongoing training by way of our certifications. IT are engineers, they're analysts by trade, and so we are constantly in the process of obtaining certifications, much like lawyers obtaining our CLEs in certain areas. We also, because technology is bleeding edge, right, and it happens at the speed of light, we also augment our services, if you will, our employees with consultants who are subject matter experts. We do have working relationships with several vendors in several areas, be it cybersecurity, be it infrastructure, be it applications, be it telecommunications. We work more specifically with creating partnerships, not vendors, if you will, with our with organizations to augment where we do lack, if you will, in expertise, to bring them in to assist with training us and to help us to implement, if you will, systems as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And I mean, this is going to be important. I know that I'm not an IT professional, but I will tell you that have enough common sense. That seems to be the theme going around nowadays. Enough common sense to know that the wave is coming and we got to be prepared. Are we going to need more staff through the director to the commissioner, or will we need more equipment? Where will we need to have a priority to invest? Will it be personnel and staff, or would it be equipment? I know you mentioned cybersecurity. Is it going to be licensing to make sure that we have proprietary oversight of some of the technology that we're using? Just want to understand where we might have to make some critical investments.
I think the answer to your question, Council Chairman, is yes, unfortunately. And the key is to balance it off, because we do not, of course, have unlimited funding. So I believe that in the budget that we presented the best balance we could find of trying to be mindful of the taxpayers' dollars and yet try to cover as much of that space as we can. I'd like to also add one more thought here, which is the other reason why I'm very excited that we're working with UAI here, because the innovative piece, it is helpful sometimes to have a smaller department go test out a small thing in a very tiny controlled pilot quickly before you start committing more resources. So this is another thing that we're going to start doing, where we're going to have them testing things out and seeing, do we really need to jump into that pool, or can we put it off for a while? So again, it's the combination of the entire department. And yes, you'll see in our budget, we have asked for a bit more money. We have asked for a bit more people. We've asked for a bit more salary for the people. We have the same issues with hiring technologists as do the lawyers, and that's for both of these sides of the house. So, but that's all in the budget that we've presented. We think that budget will be good for '25.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to doing that. One last question, well, two questions. Director Crow, and then I'll have one for Assistant Director or Assistant Commissioner?
Deputy Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner.
Possibly assistant
Been at
director.
the table for 5 hours.
Or
Excuse
great
me.
man Larry. We call him
Excuse me
that too.
for my brain fog. I've been at the table for 5 hours today. Director Crow, the name of the game is going to be metrics, and I know a lot of people didn't get it last week that when we did a press conference with Randall McShepard and Policy Bridge.
Yeah.
But I know that we're going to be real focused, and I always tell my colleague, Councilman Conwell, because I know that this is a passion of his, on all of these policies and the millions of dollars and all of the different programs that we have across the city of Cleveland. We're trying to understand collective impact.
Yeah.
And I know that everybody has their own system. The county has their own system. DFAS, Department of Children and Family Services, has their own system. Everybody has their own systems, the police, everything else. How are you going to, or can you, or will you be able to help us be able to measure through that process and our own internal process, how effective are we? And really making sure that we utilize your office, which we don't want to oversell, but we think you play a critical role in being able to measure, because we want to be able to measure if we're successful or not.
Yeah, to the council president, I think it is a really prescient and important question. And what we've done in Urban AI is we've created what we're calling our innovation accelerator called Elevate CLE. And we will go in depth with this with all members of council at the budget retreat next week. But to give the high level, Elevate CLE is doing 3 things. Number 1, it is setting up department level KPIs. We're using the results-based accountability framework, which I know Councilwoman House-Jones had to step away, but she was getting at the work that our health equity and social justice team did. They use the same framework for measurement, and it really asks 3 questions. How much or how many did we do? How well did we do it? And is anyone better off at the end of the day? And we have to go into a lot of departments and define what those mean for our core programs, and we're starting that work with our departments now. From a technology standpoint, then we have to be able to build the dashboard to actually measure it. It's one thing to define the KPIs, it's another thing to build the dashboard. The good news is we own the technology, we own the systems, we have many of those processes in place right now, which is what we've been doing a lot of over the last several years. The other side of our Elevate CLE Accelerator is really a business process innovations accelerator. So going into departments and looking at our processes, looking at where we're fumbling, identifying waste. It's a largely Lean Six Sigma based curriculum. And so how do we help a department?
You got so much Six Sigma here.
I know
All
it's
right. I can go into all the weeds, but I actually, oh my goodness, if everybody could see this, I will pass around my phone. As Deputy Commissioner Jones mentioned, we had our fire bureau in today, and if you'd like to see a bunch of firemen placing sticky notes up, trying to map a process, and identify the 9 types of waste in the process and what's an action plan that they can do to improve their process. We've brought in a curriculum based off of Denver's Peak Academy, which is Denver, the city and county of Denver's municipal innovation accelerator that's been going for 12 years. We've brought in their curriculum. We spent a week in the fall in Denver going through their program. We were cohort number 150 in that program, and are bringing that in to really not only say, okay, we're missing our mark on the KPIs, so how do we figure out what's going wrong in the process, and how do we begin to address it? The challenges we often see are threefold. They're either people, process, or technology. And sometimes they're technology, but sometimes shoving more tech into a bad process is worse. And so that is where Urban AI is coming in. So not only defining the KPIs, but putting in the tech to measure them, and critically mapping the process.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Council President, I also wanted to add a component there to enhance what director is doing with regard to process improvement. We are looking to launch a AI program in 2025 to couple, if you will, the technology with regard to how do we improve, how can we use AI technology to improve processes, to improve, if you will, operations. So our goal is to look at creating a governance and creating the use of AI now that we have begun to mature our systems. You mentioned all the systems that the county uses, that that the city uses. Now that our systems are much more mature, now that we have data sets that are clean, we're going to start also looking at AI technologies to also help, if you will, automate and also resolve any problems that come out of the process improvement.
Well, that's important, and I think we really want to be ahead of that because I know all of this stuff is coming. One more question for Mr. Jones, and it's sort of around the whole AI conversation. I followed intently the judge's case where they basically arrested someone because of facial recognition technology. How does that work? I'm just trying to understand, because that seems like a tool that we could use to try to solve more crimes, and do we need to develop a policy around that? Or are you familiar with the case where on 152nd there was a person that was shot, and the police thought that they were in the area, that the person who did it lived in the area, and the only way that they found out is through the camera system on 152nd, where they were able to put together between the store and the local cameras the actual potential suspect. And I could see more of that happening. How thorough is that, and do we have a policy to deal with that, or what are we doing when it comes to that kind of technology?
Yep. Through the chair to the council members, so a couple things on that. So one, locally, we can't use facial recognition technology. That's governed by the state. So anytime you see cases like that, the state of Ohio is actually assisting us with that facial recognition technology, and that's set up all the way through the governor's office. One of the things internally we have, in addition to the real-time crime center, we actually have a video forensics lab through the Division of Police as well. So a lot of times they take our cameras and they'll do the different enhancements. So we work with them to purchase the different softwares that allow them to enhance images and basically put together these profiles, and then they work with their counterparts at the state to run it through different facial recognition databases, and that's how they produce those results. So until things change at the state level, we'll be limited there. But internally, we do have a great team and a great system and applications in place that allow us to go a lot more depth into the videos that we capture.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions I have. I'll open them up for any member of council. Any member of council? Councilwoman Jasmine Santana, then Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
I will be brief because I know we've been here for 6 hours. To the chair, first of all, I find this area of the city just fascinating. I've actually been taking some training on AI, and I know that that's going to rule the world. So I'm hoping that we could get more kids in the pipeline so they can start, getting ready for that world that is to come. My question, Love 311, you know how I feel about this. I can't believe that it's taken so long to put such a system in place, because I know for council members, we keep track of our own data, around Excel and spreadsheets. And now I don't know what to do with all this data because it takes so much capacity for you to do the research and analyze the data. Nonetheless, real quick, through the chair, through the director, I know that 311 just kicked off, so you probably don't have much data, but any success stories or anything that you could share that the data so far has been highlighting that may also impact the budget as council sits through, reviewing.
Yeah, I think it's through the chair to the councilwoman, it's a really, really great question that we've been asking ourselves internally. I would say right now, 311 is a very active teenager. They are not yet, they are maturing as a department. They are moving into their more mature state. We're tracking a lot of data. We're starting to help it inform our internal decisions and our internal, just how we talk about our work, how we present our work. We have heard a lot of, we are tracking all of the service requests through the systems. Our departments are largely doing incredibly well at answering service requests. We have areas where maybe we have a backlog here and there, but there's like a very clear business explanation for it. Like we've got a vendor backlog on trash carts. You know, we know that, we know why. It's very clear we're communicating about solutions. Other departments are just powering through their queue of service requests. I'm hearing anecdotally from members of council that they're getting fewer voicemails in any given day. You know, they're not coming into some of those backlogs. Service requests are going into the system. We're receiving a relatively consistent number of service requests today as we were a year ago today, but we're transitioning that from a telephone-based platform into a digital-based platform. So we're moving those requests into our online service, which is just providing more efficient transactions through the system. So I hope that kind of gives you a high level of where we're going.
Yeah, thank you. And then I would just say, one thing I did do with my data is map it out. And I could see by mapping my data out the pockets of the neighborhood who rarely reach out to my office, which is like now I got to do a better job in doing some outreach in that area. I would be curious to see that with the mapping of.
So through the chair to the councilwoman, it is shameless plug on the open data portal right now. So we have both a map explorer where we can show you how to loop in and lasso specific areas, and it filters by your ward today. And then we also have a dashboard that's going to show a heat map as well as all of the service requests that we've received, and that's releasing nightly on the open data portal.
Got it. And my last question, you talked about training. I saw Microsoft. I saw all the other softwares that are in place. Are you saying that the city of Cleveland is hosting some training for employees here? And how is that being announced?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, we are going to be launching first, end of this quarter, if not the beginning of second quarter, a formalized training program for Office 365. It's more specifically to drive user adoption. We are seeing that there's less people using 365, more people still using their Outlook on their, if you will, desktops, Microsoft Word, Office on their desktops. So the goal is to start driving people to 365 so they know how to, all the, if you will, features and benefits that come with using Teams and SharePoint as a collaboration tool, and what it means to store your documents in OneDrive and share documents. And so we are bringing in a third party to assist us with formalizing that. We will be communicating that. Both Urban AI and IT will be putting together a communication plan, if you will, to communicate our training program across the entire city. And so end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Keep us updated. Thank you for all the good work.
Councilwoman Deborah
Yeah,
Gray.
thank you, Chair. You know what, I'm just going to piggyback off of Councilwoman Santana with a similar question with the training for 311. I know you have a very flexible system, and the residents really have learned from that because they're able to use it at home, set up their own password and get in it, and also, send their complaints through. However, you have some residents that are still a little touch and go, afraid of it. So how can we assist them to understand how to be more comfortable to go in and to access it, because they don't have like a per se training class to go in it. They just got the information that you guys gave us last year to take home to set up the system. So how much more information that the residents can have to understand how easy access to set up the system at home, because we got a lot of them still calling for complaints that they actually can do it themselves. So just to give some information on how we can assist them a little bit better.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilwoman, it's a really, really important question. And a lot of the conversations we've had within 311 have really been the breadth of our residents' skill sets. I think about my own grandmother, who is 99, turning 100 on Easter Sunday. She does not have the internet at home. We do not want her to, politely. But she does have a phone. And so for her, 311 on the phone would be most relevant, and that's okay. We have other residents. My mom is 70, and she she just wants to go online, and that's okay too.
Yes.
So I never want to force a resident
Right.
to use technology they're not comfortable with. We want to meet those residents where they're at,
Yes.
acknowledging that an increasing share of residents have access to technology, are able to use it. We've partnered with Cleveland Public Library and our folks at CPL to help educate our residents on what is 311, how to use 311. And we are planning now kind of what is the next sprint that we want to do through 2025 to help educate our residents. We've got some pretty fantastic adoption, and we want more. You know, we want more folks to be familiar with the service. So how do we market? How do we communicate? How do we bridge into that space? Would love your feedback
Okay,
for
thank
your
you.
residents. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. And also, a second question to that, Chair, to the Director. You know, have you partnered with Department of Aging? Because, you know, they give a lot of computer classes as well.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, a little bit, largely in terms of just educating folks that 311 exists. I would say we launched 311 to the public right after Labor Day. And so between really Labor Day and today, our mission has been to make our residents aware that it exists. And now we're trying to figure out what is the next phase. So I will reach out to our Director of Aging and look at
Okay.
ways where we can educate our seniors.
All right, thank you. And
Yeah.
one last question. Commissioner Larry Jones, are you still with Chair to Commissioner Larry Jones? Have you left public safety now since you with the IT team?
Yep.
Because, you know, we got that relationship with you, you know, with the blue light cameras. So I need to know if I need to continue to talk with you and/or with someone else.
Yep, through the chair to the council member, I still handle public safety as well.
Okay.
So it's all under IT.
It's on the IT, okay.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we like Larry Jones II, and we're absolutely keeping him.
Okay, all right, thank you, thank you.
Is there any other questions regarding the Department of Innovation and Technology? I do want to make sure that we have regular updates with you guys because I think this is so vital to our, you know, our viability as a city. So please be on the ready that we may bring you to the table a couple of times just to get updates. And I know I have a major conversation that I'm due to have with commissioners, so hopefully we can have that soon too. Okay?
Cool.
Yeah, just one quick question. When you come to the table, because you guys did a technology, I know you do a strategic plan. And how often do you do it? Are you working on it now, or have you completed your strategic plan?
Through the chair to the councilman, we are actually working on a strategic plan right now because I started in August, so we, of course, re-looking at the whole thing and relaying it out. I'd like to think that we could, if you would be interested in seeing it, I'd like to think we could show you something in, say, an April timeframe?
Yeah,
April, May?
Yeah, you can give us your strategy review. Let's say, what you think, Chair, about April, May? Yeah, May is cool beans.
Okay.
You know, but show us your piece with your dependencies and all that kind of stuff. I want to see it.
Sure.
All right? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, we look forward to having the budgetary side. And really, if there are key areas that we need to invest in, that's what this is for, to understand your operations around staffing, equipment, training, in order to see where we might need to make any investments. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is adjourned.